Good afternoon, randos. I hope we're having a lovely day. I am back here with Ryan. Ryan, do say hello.
That's right, my buddy.
No problem. Yeah, we're gonna jump straight in now and get started with episode 4 of season 1 of The Last of Us. So, before I bring up any images from the show, you said in part 1 that you had quite a lot to say about episodes 4 and 5. So, like, brief overview, maybe?
Yeah, not a lot of it is good, unfortunately.
Okay.
There's general kind of what you would consider TV tropes and Deus Ex Machinas, NPC backstories that don't really belong in the series, I think. Or because I said in the last episode about NPC backstories, if they were going to do it properly, like they did with Bill.
Okay.
And what you get is a very half-baked backstory, I think, with the kind of what are they like? The people who overthrew Fedra?
Yeah, I'm sure we do learn what they're called, but I can't
I'm
remember
not
what
sure
they're
they have
called.
a name.
Okay. And is it fair to say then that you probably or definitely prefer the game's depiction of Sam and Henry and that whole plot?
Yeah, that I respect what they were trying to do. I think making Sam deaf and making him slightly younger was probably a good change. But Henry, it's a very different character from the game, and I think it works okay. I'd say I preferred the game one.
Okay. Yeah, we'll jump in one sec, but like briefly, what I think of episode 4 is when I first watched it, I thought it seemed to me like filler, but then it is contextualized more as once you watch it with episode 5 because it is set up for episode 5.
Yeah, sorry, we're talking about episode 4 being the filler, yeah.
Yeah, episode 4.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a package deal. They will have been filmed, I assume, back to back. Same director did both, and it is I guess an isolated story arc. It deals with these characters and then they move on.
Almost felt like you could have almost done it as a film. Almost, yeah. It's very much kind of in that location for the 2 episodes. Yeah.
Yeah. So after watching episode 4 the first time, I was kind of thinking, okay, well, we had the Bill episode, which I really liked, but it didn't really progress the story. And then we've got this episode, which it's fine, I guess, but it didn't really progress the story. And I was waiting for something to actually happen. And I don't mean like suddenly zombies, even though we do get suddenly zombies, but you know, I don't need to see zombies every episode. Like I don't particularly care about that. I just wasn't getting enough, I guess, meat at this point.
I remember a lot of people were saying the same thing, kind of where are the zombies at this point?
Yeah. So anyway, if anyone has listened to our part 1, you'll know how this goes, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the plot synopsis in pieces from Wikipedia for each episode. We're going to have a play around with the images on the screen right now, which you should be able to see. And myself and Ryan are going to go through our thoughts on each scene. So, the start of episode 4, this is after they have left Bill's house. So, traveling through Missouri, Joel and Ellie are forced to take a detour through Kansas City, where they are ambushed. Joel kills 2 of the bandits, but a third overpowers him and nearly chokes him to death before Ellie saves him by shooting the man with Frank's pistol. Well, what I have in terms of my notes, right at the start, the episode opens on Ellie playing with the gun, which is it's Frank's gun that she took without Joel knowing that she has it, which I thought was, I don't want to say obvious, but I thought that, you know, pretty quickly she's going to be using that gun to save Joel. And I couldn't remember that happens in the game, because I assume that does happen in the game.
What happens in the game?
Ellie saves Joel with a gun that he didn't let her have.
Yeah, she does, and I'd have a good amount to say about that because it plays out differently in the game, and because I think there's a scene where Joel is showing her how to use a gun, or at least kind of trained her on a grip and whatnot. That's a really good scene, but the actual point where she does use the gun, it plays out differently, and there's a lot of kind of these little moments, particularly in episodes 4 and 5, that don't contribute enough to the end. They've changed a bit too much for the ending to really work, and it's those kind of moments for me.
The ending meaning the ending of the season.
Yes.
Okay, interesting. Because I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to, but we will get there when we do episode 9, no doubt. Yes. So Yeah, given... Yeah, what I've got here in my note, because obviously episode 7, which we haven't got to yet, that happens before this. So I've got written here that given what happens in episode 7, she seems to really like the idea of having a gun. Because she, very briefly in episode 7, she has a play around with a gun, and I think it's probably reasonable to assume it's the first time she has ever had held a gun. And given what happens in that episode, that kind of informs her almost obsessive, like, hey, Joel, can I have a gun? Hey, Tess, can I have a gun? Like, she seems to ask at every opportunity if she can have one.
Sense.
Yeah, and I totally get it, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it definitely happens in the game. I can't remember if it happens in episode 7 where Ellie, or at least Riley, will offer her gun to Ellie Told as if she's never held one before. And you also have to assume that obviously Ellie hasn't been outside of a QZ before. Having a gun would probably make a lot of sense.
That's true, yeah. I can totally understand why she wants one, and I can also totally understand why Joel does not want her to have one.
Yes.
And that kind of thing I really like, because it's not like one of these characters is being unreasonable, given what we know about them at this point, even if you ignore episode 7, because typically you won't have seen episode 7 when you watch episode 4, unless you're rewatching it. You don't need that context. What we know about Ellie as a character so far is enough to justify her really, really wanting a gun.
Well, actually, going back to what you said about why Joel doesn't want her to have a gun, but in the episode, it's a lot different from the game, where basically Joel doesn't want her to have a gun in the game because he doesn't trust her. In the series, at least, I get the impression he doesn't want her to have a gun because he doesn't want her to go through almost like the kind of the trauma of shooting someone.
Okay, because where is it that we get most of the Joel not wanting her to have a gun? We get a bit of that at the end of episode 3. Do we get much of that in episode 4? Because the payoff for that is coming pretty soon.
No, I think... Oh, no, yeah, sorry, it is, it's during episode 4 where you do have the shootout, don't you?
Yes, the shootout is the payoff where she ends up using the gun to save Joel.
And pretty much almost immediately after, Joel apologizes to her about having to use the gun.
That's true. Yes, we'll get to that because I really like that. But
so
I do
I'll expand on that when we get to it. Yeah,
I know what you're referring to there. Yeah, yeah. The impression that I got as to why he didn't want her to have a gun wasn't so much that he didn't trust her in the game. It was that he didn't want the added stress. Might be the wrong word, but he didn't want to have to worry about the fact that he's got a child with him who is inexperienced with it. You don't want to give a gun to someone who doesn't know what they're doing with it, basically.
Yeah, 100%.
Which is something that he would know. If not even, because if we go back 20 years, Tommy is ex-military. Joel is going to know guns even before the apocalypse.
Yeah, he even says that's the reason why he's deaf, from shooting too many guns.
Yes.
Or deaf in one ear, I think, yeah.
Yes, which actually, again, he elaborates on a bit further in episode 9, which we will come back to when we get there. So yeah, Joel then siphons some fuel and explains how it deteriorates over time. We went over this briefly at the end of episode 3, but this potentially causes a problem with the end of episode 3 because the fuel that Bill had just kind of works straight away, despite it being however old it is. And like, I'd be willing to overlook that as, I guess this is just the way fuel works in this world. But then you have Joel explaining, nah, it does actually deteriorate over time. So it's kind of like, this is more realistic because this is how fuel actually works.
I mean, I feel like you're being generous by saying that, but sure.
Generous how?
Well, because
I don't like it. I don't think that they should have done it. I think that they can have one scene but not the other. When you have both, it becomes a contradiction.
Yeah, I just thought you were saying it's more realistic, where I suppose neither are realistic.
Which one isn't realistic? Sorry. In
terms of, obviously, he says fuel deteriorates, but there's no way 20 years on there'd be any fuel to use at all.
That's probably fair. Yeah. So yeah, fair enough. So then after this, we then get the joke book, which I did not remember from the game. Yeah, here we go. No pun intended.
Yes. What's it? Will Livingston, is that right?
I can't. I can't read it on the screen. Possibly, we'll see it in another screenshot soon, no doubt. So I think the whole joke book thing, again, if it's different in the game, I don't know, but it seems quite clearly to be Ellie's way of dealing with grief and dealing with being in a bad situation, because we don't yet know exactly what happened to her, but we've got enough hints to know that some pretty bad shit went down.
Indeed. That's a great image you've paused on, by the way.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there any other interpretation of that, again, coming from the game, or is it basically just, no, this is how she's able to continue by laughing?
Yeah, I think it's almost a way of kind of remembering Riley as well, because I believe it's Riley who gives her that book, and they're both clearly quite a fan of terrible puns.
Yes, I think you're right, and yeah, we certainly love our puns. Okay, so yeah, throughout this, Joel and Ellie start to bond, and the question mark that I have, because it's during the scene in the car. The question mark that I have is, are they breaking down Joel too quickly? And what I mean,
How do you mean?
So yeah, what I mean by that is that Joel, at the beginning, in both the game and the show, all of his defenses are up. Like, he is unwilling to, even in episode 2, which is the last time we really saw him, because we saw him a little bit in episode 3, where he read the magic letter that said, "Go do the thing that I know you're doing, even though I've never seen you for like 20 years or whatever it is." So Joel, last time we saw him, really, he's not friendly with Ellie. Like, he's doing it because he promised Tess that he would. Whereas now, at this point, it seems like he's kind of almost where Joel in the game was by the end. Like, he's really friendly might be the wrong word, but do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's a lot more open. And there's open. Actually, I've got it in my notes here, because there's a line that really struck me as quite odd, because I quite like this, the scene before with the siphoning fuel, and this one, which is ripped almost straight from the game, but because he's kind of opening up to Ellie, and he's kind of telling her all about his kind of family and Tommy, and they seem to be having quite a nice chat. And then, I don't know if you remember it, because it was a line from the trailer that they used quite a lot, where he says, "You're not family, you're cargo."
Okay, I never saw the trailer, but he says that in this scene?
Yes, I think it's more towards when they get to Kansas City. So it's a little bit later on. At this point, she's looking through the gay porn mag, isn't she?
Yes, which was very, very amusing.
I'm glad they kept that in, yeah.
Yeah, and again, I don't remember that from the game, but like, I have now seen the scene from the game, and like, that is one of, apart from Frank, finding his corpse in the game, this is the other implication that Bill is gay, which is probably why I didn't remember that Bill was gay. But yeah,
obviously it is kind of not quite explicitly said, but you can definitely gather that he is gay.
Yeah,
there's not much question to it.
Yeah, so again, in my notes here, I've got that Joel opens up to Ellie about part of his history. He explains how he met Tess and who Tommy is. Even though he said in episode... Because how much time has actually passed between episodes 3 and 4 now? Like, I don't know. Again, US geography, my knowledge is not great. Wherever Bill was to here, we're talking a couple of days, or...
Where was Bill?
I don't believe it was ever actually stated in the...
No, I don't think it was.
In the show. But either way, I'm going to assume that it's maybe they've been driving for a couple of days.
I think, because I did actually check where KC is, because initially they were going through Pittsburgh in the game, but they changed it to KC. I think 'cause they said it was a bit easier to shoot, or to make it look like KC, with Kansas City.
Okay, so the Henry Sam thing is... The Henry Sam thing doesn't take place in Kansas City in the game. Like
Pittsburgh, yeah.
Okay, so they lifted it and moved to the location. That's interesting.
Yes. I did think it does look like a bit of a detour, because obviously they're going to Jackson, Wyoming. That's the aim, isn't it?
And I think so, yes.
At this point, yeah. So it did look like a little bit of a detour looking at a US map, but it's kind of along those routes.
Okay. The reason I'm asking, though, is because the last time we saw Joel and Ellie, he laid out his rules to Ellie. One of those rules was... let's keep our histories to ourselves. And he's seemingly now... Well, it's not necessarily inconsistent, because it could be... what it tells us is that Joel has decided, actually, I like this kid, and I'm going to have a chat with her, and I'm going to tell her a little bit about who I am. Which is obviously very different to the game, and it's not necessarily bad as a result. I just, at this point, it was a big question mark in my head, because I was thinking, why have they done that? and how is that going to affect what comes later in the series?
Yeah, maybe Joel was reeling slightly. He was having a bit of emotion over Bill, but maybe he kind of thought better of it. But yeah, it really the Know Your Cargo really struck me as odd because it's such like a kind of dehumanizing way to talk to Ellie,
Yeah,
especially like a young kid.
definitely. Do you remember exactly when he says that? Because again, it's not during this scene, as far as I can
So it's
remember.
when she gets in the front. That's about all I could tell you.
So it is this scene.
Yes.
Okay. No,
That time does pass, but
right. Okay, but it's while they're in the car on the way.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I had totally forgotten about that because yeah, that is definitely dehumanizing. But it probably, I wouldn't have a problem with Joel saying that if not maybe for the fact that he's kind of opening up to her and not treating her like cargo.
Exactly. Like the Joel from the game would have called her cargo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have any other notes until we get to. Yeah, we got camping and then we got more jokes until we get to the
camping.
trap. Yeah, okay, camping, go for it.
Small inconsistency because I think it's from episode 9 where you see Ellie's mum running out in some very remote area.
Yes.
And to be fair, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. The infected that chased Ellie's mum might have come from somewhere else because Joel says this is too remote for infected. Out in the country, you won't find any infected here. But
I see.
Maybe worth noting.
Yeah, that's potentially interesting, but maybe it's just kind of a generic rule that Joel goes by, like, because yeah, them camping here, I would have assumed that it would make more sense to sleep in the car, but don't they mention that in the car in the episode? It's like it would be more uncomfortable to sleep in the car. I swear Ellie asks that, but maybe I'm misremembering
Potentially, yeah. But if anything, yeah, Joel's kind of reassuring Ellie that it's safe to sleep out here.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, that to me feels like a risk that you would not take. But
yes,
yeah, maybe.
Talking of that as well, going through a city feels overly risky to me as well.
Why do they actually go through Kansas City? Like because they're on their way to Tommy.
Yes.
And the road they're on just so happens to go through Kansas City. Like that's it. That's all we get.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you get. But having looked at a map, I mean, or surely they got a truck that can maybe go off road a little bit. You'd think. Seems like a really big risk.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. You'd probably want to stay as slumming it as much as possible. You'd want to be doing this every night, really. But in a car,
because maybe they need supplies or something. But obviously they don't say that, so we don't know.
Yeah, I guess it's explicable, but it's not explained. So like it's plausible, I should say, but it's not explained as far as I can remember. So here, just before they go to sleep, Ellie tells Joel another joke, and we actually see Joel smile. I think I got it there. Because he's like
the scarecrow joke. I believe it was over.
Do you remember the scarecrow joke? Because I forget it.
I can only remember the punchline. It's something about a scarecrow, and then because he was outstanding in his field.
Okay. Yes, that goddamn joke is terrible.
Yes.
But yeah, so I think that's the first time we see Joel. Well, I'm not even going to check. It's got to be the first time we see Joel smile post losing Sarah.
Yeah, and it definitely continues on what you were saying about him. He's almost the whole thing about Joel is he is meant to kind of regain his humanity by the end of the game or the series, and he doesn't appear to have lost it really.
Yeah, it kind of seems like because later in the season we get him doing some pretty nasty things, which again are in the game, and in the game it comes across as like I can totally believe that this would happen because he's not a particularly nice person. Whereas this version of Joel he's definitely he seems like a pretty nice guy. Like obviously he's destroyed by his past and he is a broken man. But, he seems like the kind of guy that you could probably just have a chat with over a drink at the pub, whereas Joel from the game is scary, like often.
Pretty much.
So, yeah, this kind of stuff, like I don't necessarily mind the direction that they took Joel by accelerating his arc, but it means that some of the later scenes do stick out a little bit to me.
Yeah, that is the problem, yeah.
Yeah. Right. let us fast forward. So they wake up, they drive, and we then get the trap scene, which I definitely remember that from the game. You'll have to tell me if it's any different to the game. But they
It's pretty much the same.
okay, because
I don't think there's any guns involved.
Oh, so there's not a shootout afterwards?
No, I think just while they're still in the car, I remember the bandits shooting at the car, but I don't think that's the case in this one. I could be wrong though.
Okay. Yeah, so they find a roadblock that is Joel kind of works out, okay, this has been put here to funnel me onto a particular road. So this is bad news. And as we will learn later, he kind of, the suggestion is that he knows exactly what's about to happen. Yeah. And there's this guy right here who's like, help me, I'm hurt. And Joel then puts his seatbelt on, or I think he tells her to put her seatbelt on, and she's like, well, we're not going to help him. And what's the line? He says he ain't even injured or something?
Yeah, he ain't even hurt.
Yeah, he ain't even hurt. And yeah, I love that line. So then because he knows that this is a trap, basically this setup of help me, I've been shot or whatever, this guy's faking it. And there's a group of like 3 or 4 of them that are there to mug Joel and, if not kill him, steal from him, possibly get his car, the battery, the fuel, all the rest of it, which is very valuable in this universe. So yeah, we see there's a guy on the roof and they shoot at the car a couple of times and they crash as a result of being shot at. They both get out of the car. There is a shootout. Do we have any comments on this? All I was kind of thinking is that they seem to not actually be as safe as they would be. Or I'll say that again. They seem to be making more effective use of that truck as cover than maybe they should be able to do, because like a bullet's going to just go straight through that. But like,
yeah, that's probably a fair comment. Yeah,
that's a movieism that I can't really single this out for that point of criticism.
Yeah, all I'd really say is I think I like the fact that they didn't use too many guys, because again, this is straight out of the game, all the way down to the the set.
Yeah,
I think it's still in a laundrette or something like that. And there's a lot of dudes in the game, whereas there's only 3 at this point, I think. So you're at least keeping the realism where Joel's not a one-man army, but he is capable of taking down a couple. But I will say that another kind of missed opportunity, there's a couple of really brutal moments in the game when it comes to fighting the enemies.
Yeah.
And in this one, it's kind of, he just shoots them.
Yeah.
Could have done something more interesting.
It is toned down, and I feel like the part of the reason for that is because when you're playing The Last of Us, you're playing as Joel, which means that his actions are your actions. Because, yes, you have to kill the bad guys, but you kind of choose how you go about doing that. Whereas in the show, when if you were to watch Joel, curb stomp someone, then a lot of the sympathy that you might have for Joel is pretty much going out the window when that happens. Like if he is needlessly brutal or cruel, then it jars with this version of Joel, who seems to be a pretty nice guy. Whereas maybe that is more fitting for the brutal Joel from the game.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So during the shootout, he pops one of them, and the other guy's like, "I'll kill you, you bastard! You killed my buddy." Meanwhile, he told Ellie to go and hide in this other room, so that way she's safe. Because if she gets hit, I remember at this point, so Ellie has a gun, which Joel does not know about, but so she's probably thinking at this point, like, I should be helping Joel, but Joel doesn't want that to happen, which is again going to be why he did not want her to have a gun in the first place. So then I believe a guy comes through the back. Yeah, a guy comes through the back door and surprises Joel, which I guess feeds into the whole he's deaf in one ear thing. I think he explicitly mentions this when he's talking about how totally deaf he is in one ear in episode 6.
I think it's Ellie that points it out. She
possibly
says that he didn't hear the dude come in, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So they are dropping breadcrumbs for that, but I have comments on that when that ends up happening in episode 6. So anyway, this guy has ambushed... That's a good pause screen. This guy has ambushed Joel, and Joel is basically about to die. And then Ellie walks up to him and pops him. She doesn't actually kill him, but she shoots him, which obviously is enough to get him off Joel. Yeah, I mean, all I can say is I really like this particular interaction because he seems to be a kid who's in over his head. And Ellie has just, shot him in the back and he's crying for his mum. And Joel is having to come to terms with the fact that he was just about to die. Ellie just saved his life, but also Ellie has a gun, which he did not want. And his quote-unquote incompetence put Ellie in a situation where she was forced to shoot someone, which is a situation that he absolutely wanted to avoid for Ellie. Which is why he then tells her to leave, and then Joel executes him. Which, yeah, it's brutal, but like, of course, that's what you're gonna do. Like, you can't be keeping this guy alive. So Ellie's pretty emotional about all that. I think she's crying. I think that's her wiping her eyes.
Yeah, to be honest, going back to the dude, I struggle slightly with believing that guy could overpower Joel physically. He's literally like, he's barely out of his teens, isn't he?
Does he hit him in the head? Because you could.
No, I think they're just kind of struggling.
Okay.
And obviously Ellie comes behind him and shoots him.
Okay.
And you do get, it's quite weird and unsettling. The guy kind of tells you that his name's Brian, and that he starts telling you about his life.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know why they did that. Like that was definitely there to make us and Ellie.
Who's the good guy?
Well, yeah, they're doing that, but it's also make you feel sympathy for him, so that way the fact that Joel then goes in to execute him, that then sticks out a little bit more. It's not as clear cut as maybe it otherwise would be, but from Joel's perspective, he's got to kill him.
Like you said, it feels like they're almost kind of flip-flopping between, especially what comes later when he tries to spare the sniper. And
yes,
this dude, he could have left there. Like, he's probably going to bleed out or whatever. And his reaction to Ellie using the gun, which we were saying about earlier.
Yeah, I like his reaction to Ellie using the gun. I definitely think that I like that.
It's fine, but again, I feel like you're missing what is Joel in the game. He's really quite pissed off with Ellie. He's almost emasculated by the fact that he's been saved by a kid.
Yeah, isn't his reaction in the game something along the lines of "you idiot, like you could have shot me" or something, even though she just saved him?
Pretty much. Yeah, she obviously says that she saved Joel's life, and he says that, oh, I'm just happy I didn't get my head blown off by a goddamn kid. And he was definitely on the way out. I think at that point in the game, his head's been held underwater, and yeah, he's fucked.
Yeah, so I definitely, I think, prefer that to what we get in the show. But like in isolation, his reaction to Ellie being forced to use the gun, I like it because it's a different Joel. And I feel like until we start getting the scenes from the game, like the more brutal scenes from the game that you've mentioned before, this version of Joel is pretty functional. And the sort of jarring dissonance you don't really get that until we get to those scenes. Because I can believe that this character right now is acting in this way. But when it's contextualized within the season as a whole, I feel like there are alternative steps that they could have taken to either change the more brutal stuff from the game when it happens.
Yeah, I feel
to make
like
it more
exactly
in line with this.
My feelings about it. That at this point, while I was watching the series without having seen the end, I was still enjoying it. It's only looking back in hindsight, really, that you think it doesn't quite work.
Yeah, because they kind of wanted to do both. I feel like they wanted to have the badass, violent, unhinged Joel, who's like in the first video we described him as an attack dog, where he has all of this rage, I guess, and then by the end he's given an opportunity to actually channel it into something good. But
yeah,
and you could say that that's really the whole season, because like getting Ellie to where she needs to be is, in theory at least, that is a good that he is channeling himself into. So he's no longer just purely self-destructive. Whereas
Maybe they got lured in by Pedro Pascal because the
possibly,
dude's such a good actor. He's so charismatic. They thought, oh, maybe we could just get him to act a little bit more in this scene. And before you know it, he's like full on crying. And they say, yeah, we'll just roll with that sound.
yeah, like he's a very, at least, I don't know exactly how he is in real life, but I've seen a handful of interviews with him and he seems like a very charming, nice guy.
Yeah, he's very flamboyant, yeah.
Yeah. Which, like, I mean, he's obviously acting when he's playing Joel, but like I feel like, yeah, going off what you just said, they more than likely, they probably asked him to bring a bit of Pedro Pascal to Joel because he, I read, was unfamiliar with the games and obviously with Joel as a character as a result until after he got the part.
Yes, I very much enjoyed his story about that. I think he said he was with his nephews in a car or something, and he was telling them about a part that was coming up. And once the nephews heard the game was The Last of Us, apparently they went mental and said he had to go for it, he had to get it.
Yeah. And again, yeah, I do like him as Joel, but I feel like, again, I know you haven't seen it, but the Hugh Jackman type character in Logan is similar. It's very similar, I think, in a lot of ways to how Joel is in the original in the game. Whereas it's almost night and day difference between the way that character is in Logan and this version of Joel.
Yeah, Hugh Jackman's exactly who I was expecting, to be honest.
Yeah. And I think after Logan came out in whenever it was, 16, I think it was, there were a lot of people, that hype train, that might even be where that started. Because Logan, narratively, it is pretty similar to The Last of Us in that it's like old, reluctant, violent man with a troubled past escorts girl across America. Like that's the setup. Like they're not.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, they're not too similar. Kind of beyond that, but like the setup for the film is pretty similar. Right. So the next bit that we have from the summary here is more bandits. Well, I've got more bandits find their bodies. Do you have anything else to say before I move on to Kathleen, which is when we are introduced to Kathleen?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Here we go. So, well, I'll read what it says and then we'll go through it scene by scene. So more bandits find the bodies of the men that Joel just killed. Their leader, Kathleen, who is this lady on screen now, believes that Joel and Ellie might be in contact with a man named Henry and orders a manhunt. And Joel counsels Ellie about the firefight and gives her back the pistol. So this right?
Yeah. Did you want to talk about the pistol first before we get into Kathleen?
I am not. Well, I'm not sure that I have anything else to say on it than I already did. I'd forgotten that Joel gives it back to her. But do you have any comments on that? Because that might jog my memory.
I feel like we were going to expand on something, but I've forgotten what it was that we mentioned at the start.
Let's keep going, and maybe our memories will be jogged when we get there.
Cool.
Yeah, so this is Kathleen, and we get introduced to her in this scene. She's basically, it's made clear that she's in charge of whatever faction this is that has taken over Kansas City. The implication, and I believe we learn later to be true, is that they rose up and overthrew Fedra, who were in charge, as they were in most cities. Am I correct there?
Yeah, I think from what you see, it happened very recently, as in within the last couple of days. I think there's still Fedra being strung up and dragged around at this point as well.
Okay. Yeah, so she's interrogating this guy who is a doctor, and we do see more of him later in the form of a flashback. But for now, all we know is that he's a doctor. So her prime goal, we learn, is I must find Henry. And we don't yet know why. And again, none of this is in the game, so I guess neither of us, when we were watching this, knew where this was going. I won't reveal yet why she's looking for Henry, but she is absolutely dead set on find Henry. So she's interrogating this doctor who she believes is in contact with Henry, and he basically doesn't give anything up. And so she then, what does that say there? Fedra, you're entitled to lawyer, medical attention, family visit, food and clothing. Ha! Not fucking likely. Yeah, she threatens him with a gun, and he's still like, "Nope, sorry, I don't know who you're talking about." And then she leaves, and this is where the other members of her group have found the body of the guy who Joel executed.
What was you thinking about her introduction scene?
I didn't like it, but once we have further context, I don't mind her. I'm not going to say I like the character because I think she's very simple, but I think she generally serves a purpose within the show. But yeah, the introduction scene on its own, I don't think is necessarily enough. It's not until you get more of a backstory and you understand why she's doing what she's doing that the character started to actually click for me.
Okay, I mean,
how about you?
I was very surprised when she stepped out and started giving a speech as if she's the leader. I say she gives very Umbridge vibes, almost like kind of the writers were trying to subvert your expectations. Where, oh look, it's this meek, soft-spoken woman. She's all in charge.
Yeah, I don't mind that in principle. The question is, because yeah, if we're going to limit the conversation to like what is actually on screen, then any of the politics surrounding what actually went into the production of the show, it's a totally separate discussion. So maybe they were like, we need a strong, independent woman, but like that doesn't actually change whether it's good or bad. So the question that I would ask is, how believable is it that this woman could be in charge of this kind of military operation?
Well, it all seems to hinge on
compared to this guy.
Yes, exactly. And she is there essentially from what seems to be complete nepotism. She's taken over from her brother, which is only implied. You don't actually know that for sure, but her brother seems to be a combination of Neo from the Matrix and Jesus both together. But again, this is what I was talking about with half-baked stories, that you are constantly told about her brother, but you never see it. You're not really told any stories apart from her kind of bedroom wooden box story, which was innately boring. So it was such a wasted opportunity for me. I felt if you're gonna tell it, at least tell it well.
Well, yeah, I mean, because there would be different ways to kind of do it. Because like going back to this guy here, I forget what his name is in the show, but he's the
Perry.
Perry, yes,
Tommy in the game.
Yeah, and he's the guy that voices Tommy in the game, Joel's brother. But I mean, he definitely looks the part. Let's say.
Yeah, he's my leader.
Yeah, I feel like all these other guys with guns and women with guns, because we can see one right there. They're gonna, one would think, be flocking to this guy, not to this woman. But
yeah, especially after her speech, she needs to work on her public speaking.
I forget exactly what was in the speach, but yeah, I don't doubt that. It kind of went
down like David Brent's kind of public speaking.
Oh, right. I'm unfamiliar with who that is as well. But
Ricky Gervais in The Office.
Oh, okay, right.
Yes.
Okay, so she finds, yeah, here we go. This is where she kind of, I guess, snaps. So they find the corpse of the he's not actually dead yet, is he? But he's basically dead. He's the guy that Joel shot or stabbed as a result of their altercation earlier.
Oh, is it Brian?
Which one's Brian? Is he the kid that the one that Ellie shot in the back and that Joel had to finish off?
Yeah.
It might not be him. I could be wrong. It's one of the him.
Oh, that is Brian, yeah. He's definitely dead.
Yeah, he's got a stab wound in his heart. So why? Because what I remembered happening is they're like, let's go get the doctor or whatever, and then Perry, where's he gone? Beardman. He's like, nah, this kid's dead. So then Kathleen walks back into this facility and shoots the doctor, because I guess the doctor is at that point useless, and she's obviously angry that one of her men or kids has been killed. I don't know why.
Yeah, maybe it's reasonable to think at this point that it was Henry that did it. For her anyway.
Possibly, but then she learns at some point, I think in the scene that we just skipped past, that it wasn't Henry, because I've got in my notes, believes that Joel and Ellie might be in contact with Henry, which is why
that's right, yes.
Yeah. So at this point, the reason why she's looking for Joel and Ellie is, one, they've killed some of her guys, but also she assumes that they can lead her to Henry. So her shooting the doctor, do you have any thoughts on that? I've got a couple.
I mean, it's a very impulsive move. Yeah, potentially very stupid move.
Yeah.
But I think go back to her little speech as well. She's a proper bitch to that Perry as well. Like, gives him the full sarcasm.
Right.
Because I think Perry's obviously still worried about locking down the city from Fedra, and all she wants to do is go and find Henry.
So she wants to kind of do anything, including locking down the city, to find Henry.
Yes, and she gets proper sassy with him about it.
Okay, yeah. And I'm kind of, because we don't really know anything about Perry. We don't learn, correct me if I'm wrong, anything about him. He's man with gun who, I assume, deeply respected the brother, the Jesus Neo character.
Yes.
And now, as a result of him no longer being in the picture, his allegiance is wholly to Kathleen. We don't know where he came from. We don't know exactly why he's doing what he's doing. But he seems to be effective. He doesn't seem to be a bad person.
Seems to be a wholesome dude.
Yeah. And I feel like maybe they missed a trick by, if not having someone like that in charge, then explaining exactly why he's following Kathleen. Because they do go into it a little bit in episode 5, but I don't think that was enough, personally. But yeah, when we get there, we can maybe elaborate.
She goes on to make some very questionable decisions.
Well, arguably, like shooting a doctor. So
yes.
The notes that I've got on this, it's a question mark. I don't necessarily think that this is bad or good, because reasons to kill him, she's obviously very pissed off, and she, let's say, believes that he's lying about not knowing where Henry is. And also, at some point, it's revealed that he fed information to Fedra. So he's a traitor and a liar, and he can't be trusted, and all the rest of it. So she's very angry with him for those reasons. However, he is still a doctor, and I somewhat doubt that new doctors are being trained anywhere now in post-apocalyptic America. So they're going to be in short supply. Keep him alive at gunpoint for the rest of his life, and have him essentially forced slave labor. Like, that would be the rational thing to do, I would have thought, unless she just has a whole, in all of those other cells, there's just other doctors that she can use. But yeah, that would be the rational thing to do. Obviously, she's not acting rationally at this point. That's really the only defense that I have of it. So I can buy her doing this, but it's not a smart move.
Yeah, sure. But I think we don't know how many decisions she's made up to this point. This is definitely bad decision number 1. And yeah, if I were Perry, I'd be getting some really kind of Brutus thoughts running through my head at this point.
Yeah, because I was going to say earlier, you just reminded me, another way to do this type of plot line, this might sound, I kind of appreciate that they didn't go just sort of like cookie cutter, like big macho bad man who's in charge of the city, and he's absolutely ruthless.
I would have preferred that. I think that would have been better.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because
this is so poorly done.
Yeah, you can have something being new and different and unique and a subversion, which is kind of what the Kathleen character is. It's not what you might expect. That on its own doesn't inherently make it better. So, I haven't seen enough Walking Dead to properly quantify this, but I believe it's the governor, I think, is the character. He's one of the primary antagonists later in the series. And as far as I'm aware, I might be thinking of a different character here, but this person is a completely unhinged killer who is in charge because everyone is fucking terrified of him, but he is ruthlessly efficient and, well, poses a serious threat to the protagonists. And Kathleen kinda does, but at the same time, she's not an old lady, but, quote unquote little old lady. Like, she's not very threatening, and it is harder to buy her doing what she does than it would be for someone like Perry doing what she does. But
yeah, exactly. So you have to assume that she is at least quite clever and is the brains.
Yeah,
but again, her decisions don't really stack up.
Yeah, there's got to be some kind of justifiable reason as to why a person like that could be in charge of an operation like this.
Or
And
the brother.
well, exactly. The only real reason that we get is her brother was super totally awesome and cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's like that is a justification. I just don't think it's sufficient.
No, definitely not. No.
Yeah. So anyway, she's like, "Hey guys, go get your cars, and we got to go find those two fuckers that killed the wee lad because they can totally lead me to Henry." And then we come back to Joel and Ellie, still hiding in this. This isn't the laundromat, but it's like one of the other buildings next to it, and this is where they discuss the gun. So,
Oh yes, really like this scene.
yeah, same. I think you already said this isn't how it goes down in the game because he's like, I nearly got my head blown off by a kid.
Well, that was the initial reaction, but
Okay.
I think maybe a few minutes later they come across a situation where Ellie may have to use a gun. So Joel does take her through. It's using a rifle at this point, and obviously in the series it's a pistol. But it's still a really kind of nice moment, and it's the first time really that you see Joel thinking, right, okay, I'm going to trust you here. This is your chance.
Okay, giving her some responsibility and actually seeing how she does it.
Exactly. And while it doesn't go down exactly like that in the series, it's still a really nice scene.
Okay. Yeah, the notes that I've got on this is that where are we? Joel is having to deal with the fact that Ellie shouldn't have had a gun, and she has disobeyed him, and she doesn't know how to use a gun apart from sticking with the pointy end. But she also saved his life. So the question that I have here, I think the answer is yes, is does Joel feel guilty about the fact that Ellie was forced into that situation? Because he didn't, his quote unquote incompetence led to that happening. It led to Ellie being forced to do that. And had she not disobeyed him and taken Frank's gun in episode 3, feasibly Joel would be dead, and quite possibly so would Ellie.
Yes. I feel like actually this is what I was on about expanding earlier.
Yeah.
Where Joel essentially apologizes to her for the fact that she had to use a gun, which I found really quite weird, especially given the world they're in. You'd think that even kind of young kids, I don't know what Fedra training is like. You imagine it's something fairly similar.
Well, actually, we might have a little reference for that. So because Ellie grew up in Fedra school, and it is heavily implied that she has not handled a gun before, apart from for like 5 seconds in episode 7, I think we can conclude that training children in how to use guns is not something that Fedra do. At least not at Ellie's age.
That is true, but I mean, in terms of just the awareness of the world that you're in, and maybe that you might have to deal with it at some point.
Yeah, like you would imagine that they would have some degree of training, like not necessarily martial arts, but at the very least self-defense. So that you're not just cranking out people who don't know, people who won't survive, especially in the case of Fedra, because if Fedra are educating the children and so that they can actually grow up and be quote unquote functional members of society, that's not all they've got to do. They actually have to like rebuild what has been lost, which means they're going to have to deal with a lot more opposition than like a child right now in real life might. So
yeah, I mean, to be fair, I can understand exactly why Joe would think this, given that he did have a daughter of his own. You maybe think he had similar feelings about her, that you wouldn't want to put your kids through anything like this. But it just strikes me as slightly odd because of the world that they're in.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, again, going back to what we were saying about Joel earlier, this Joel, I can buy that he's protective over almost her innocence. He didn't want her to have to kill. Like, I know that Ellie didn't kill the kid, like Joel did that for her, but he didn't want her to be put in a situation where she had to use lethal force. He wanted to protect her innocence because she is just a child. Like, she's 14, I think they say in the show.
Yes.
Other Joel, let's call him, real.
Wait, which Joel's which?
Real Joel. No, Joel from the game.
Manly Joel.
Yeah, man Joel versus Cuck Joel. Yeah, man Joel probably, quite possibly, would have been more like, well, okay, here's a gun. You just got to kind of, you're going to have to kill shit because that's the world we live in. Whereas this Joel,
yeah, to be fair, in the game, Joel is arming her to kill these dudes to help him out.
Yeah. And that does, to be fair, that does happen at the end of this scene, but the context is a little bit different because he acknowledges that Ellie was right to take Frank's gun. She is ready to have one because she has demonstrated that she can be responsible with it. Even if, the first time she whips it out, she shoots a guy, but like, had she not done that, Joel would have been killed, very likely. So Joel willingly gives her the gun back. Which is a touch that I quite liked. How we got there was maybe shaky, but I do like that happened. And then here he's showing her how exactly to hold it and which end to point at the bad guy, I guess.
Yes, this kind of really builds on the car scene for me of them bonding. It was something I was really happy to see at the time.
Yeah,
yes, this is what they've got to nail, and they're doing it.
Yeah, most of this episode is them bonding. Like the whole Kathleen stuff that is set up for episode 5, but we get a lot of Joel and Ellie time in this episode. It just, to me, felt like they were doing it maybe a bit too quickly. Like having this take place over like a day, which seems to be what is happening in the show. Like since they left Frank's, he's like. Frank's, since they left Bill's, he's like, you're just cargo, and then he's like, actually, you're a person, and here's a gun. I'm a person, and my name is Anakin. Yeah, let's keep going. So she's having a chat with Perry, and where are my notes for this part? So Kathleen's second in command, Perry, thinks that he has found Henry's hideout, but something is growing under the building. Kathleen orders it to be kept secret until they find Henry.
Yes, so this was the scene that I believe I may or may not have gone for a piss for. This is the one in the last podcast we did. I was talking about that I missed a scene.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, this isn't the one with the crater.
Well, I think that comes just after this. So here they find. Okay. I think we get both of them back to back. So this is somewhere that Henry and it's Sam. Sam is Henry's younger brother, who is a child. They've been doodling on the walls, and they're no longer there, which means that it suggests that they're hot on their trail. And I believe right here they go downstairs because I forget why they do this. I think Perry says also we found something else, and then he goes to show her. Like this has nothing to do with the Henry Sam thing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
this is just totally unrelated. Yeah, here we go. So I can't really press play to show you, but essentially that looks like a bit of a sinkhole. And it is moving a bit, implication being that there is something nasty underneath it.
That's what I missed. I didn't see it move.
Ah, okay. So
I found her kind of decision to just ignore it more understandable. Whereas, if you watch it again and see...
And then you rewatched it.
You need to deal with that.
Yeah. So that's the only note that I have on this part of the episode is this is colossally retarded. Perry, however, Perry trusts her because Perry's like, man, there's.
I'm starting to have doubts about Perry already now.
Oh God, yeah, he seems to maybe also be a cuck. So he's like, man, we got to do something about this hole. There's obviously zombies under it, and she's like, nah, let's go get Henry and Sam. And his face there kind of says it all because he is still like, no, are you serious? Like we have to deal with this. And then she, I assume, gives him another stern talking down to, and then he is so much on her side, he is so dedicated to her that he basically sets aside his own views. And he is essentially a good soldier. Like he will just ignore what his brain says and just follow orders.
Yeah, maybe too much of a soldier.
Yeah, maybe that isn't a good soldier. I should rephrase that. But yeah, he's a man with gun who is there to follow orders. He's an extension of her will, really. So the fact that he thinks that they should be dealing with this doesn't mean that he's actually going to go and deal with this if she says, no, let's not deal with this. The problem is that they should be dealing with this.
Two. Yeah, blunder 2 within about 10 minutes.
Yep.
So it's going well.
Right. That's it for... Yeah, we're nearly at the end of the episode. So this is, I think, the shortest episode in the season.
Maybe the end.
Possibly apart from the finale. I think this episode is... What are we at? 38? No. Yeah, this episode is, I think, 2 minutes longer than episodes 7 and 8. And this episode is a full half hour shorter than episode 3. Okay, so where are we at now? We've got Joel and Ellie. They find a high-rise apartment and they sleep there for the night, hoping that they can find a way out of the city when it is daylight. And yeah, here we go. So
he does the little trick with the glass.
He does.
Quite cool. And it does actually. It's a kind of a doubly good thing because it also leads to. Actually, does it? I'm thinking of the game more than anything.
This happens in the game.
It's almost like a boss fight with David, where yes, or maybe it just alludes to that rather than it actually taking place later in the series. It's quite almost like maybe a nice nod to the game. But either way, I thought it was a really cool thing that shows Joel's quite experienced at living outside in the real world.
Is broken glass a thing in the David fight? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's not deliberate. It's just you happen to be walking around a restaurant where there's various broken plates and glass.
And if you stand on it, then it alerts David.
Yes, it makes noise, yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't know if that is too tenuous to be maybe a deliberate reference, but it's there. It's quite possible that they did that deliberately. Like, they didn't have to use glass, but I guess glass is readily available. Yeah, there's another. It's like he replaces his shoelaces or something. There's just a couple of like little moments throughout the series where it shows you rather than tells you. The gas siphoning as well is another one. That Joel has been existing in this world for a little while. He knows what he's doing and he's capable. He's doing things that you could believe that a character would be doing.
It's just unfortunate it doesn't work because he's fucking deaf.
Yes, that's
yes,
that's true. Maybe he should have slept the other way around. Maybe. So yeah, what happens? They find this room with 2 beds in it, and I had assumed, and it turns out not to be the case, but I had assumed that this was Henry and Sam's like hidey hole. Especially because I'll show you now. If we skip forwards, we have a couple more jokes, and then they go to sleep. Joel laughs at the joke, and then they wake up to that is a little boy holding a gun on Joel. So with that cliffhanger ending, I had assumed that they had just accidentally themselves into exactly the wrong location and that they're now in Henry and Sam's hideout by complete accident. And I was going to criticize the living piss out of that for obvious reasons, but it does turn out in episode 5 that is not the case. It turns out that Henry and Sam followed them here, like deliberately. Yeah. So what do we think about this? I thought that it was contrived. It turns out not to be. Ellie reveals during their little chat that she has killed before, prior to shooting the guy here, but she does not reveal any other information at this point, but later in the series she does. They seem to be bonding more than Joel might like, and they laugh together at her jokes. And the episode is almost entirely set up for episode 5. And those are my notes on episode 4. Do you have anything to add on episode 4, or are we kind of set up now for episode 5?
Yeah, I think so. I think, that was the nice amuse-bouche for episode 5.
The nice what?
The appetizer.
Oh, I don't speak French. Sorry. Right, let me load up episode 5 then. Give me 1 second. No, stop playing. Stop playing. Damn it, stop playing. There we go.
God damn it, not the copyright strike.
Yeah, well, I can edit this out if it does trigger anything. That's the beauty of not actually doing this live. So, okay, what do we got for episode 5? So, the beginning, Henry and Sam. So this episode is partly a flashback and partly a continuation of what we just saw. So it starts off like a day earlier, I think it is, following Henry and Sam. Then it picks up again where they have met Joel and Ellie, and then we get the conclusion of that story. So at the beginning, Henry and Sam make a tentative truce with Joel and Ellie, which is the opposite of what I just said. I guess I'm wrong there. Joel wants them to part ways, but Henry proposes that they escape the city together using underground tunnels that only Henry knows. Joel hesitantly agrees. So what is this that we're seeing on screen then? I cannot remember.
This is Fedra being tortured and killed in various ways by Kathleen's group.
This is... Yeah, this is so okay, so this bit is a flashback. So the bit that I just read was treating it chronologically. So yeah, while I skip forwards and refresh my memory on this, do we have any comments on this? Because I don't think I do.
What, in terms of the scene itself, or Henry and Sam?
Any of it that you want to talk about? Because at this point, Henry is just trying to get to relative safety with Sam, because everyone is hunting him for some unknown reason at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk a little bit about Henry, because
yeah, go for it.
That is, he's definitely one of my favourite parts of the game, at least. And this is almost like an example of the overarching story of the series, where they've changed the character of Henry, so it doesn't quite add up in the end. The end of Henry, the character, it doesn't hit quite as hard, and you could almost replace Joel with Henry in what I just said.
Okay, so do you think that's because of the amount of time we did or did not spend with Henry, or do you think it's because of his characterization?
I think it's his character, because they've essentially made him a very morally ambiguous character in the series, whereas in the game, he's almost like Joel but 20 years younger. Like, the dude is fucking built for a start.
Okay.
Joel still gets the better of him when they first meet. He kind of they stumble upon each other, and Joel's got him on toast.
Okay.
But obviously they're both carrying 14-year-old kids with them. They're just trying to escape. There's not really much of a backstory in terms of Henry in the game, apart from the fact that they were also travelling through the city with another group. They got split up from their group, and they just want to get out, and they're looking to team up, basically.
Yeah, they want to make use of each other's skills, because having a Joel and a Henry is better than them just going at it on their own.
Exactly, yeah, and it really does feel like Henry is your equal in a lot of ways in the game, because he does help you in a lot of the kind of combat scenarios where you're taking people out.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I would agree. I'll come to this when it happens, but I'm not sure that I would agree that Henry is a morally ambiguous character. But
okay.
we get an explanation as to some of his backstory in a little bit, so I'll talk about that when that happens. Yeah, and I'll talk about Henry in general when we get to some future scenes with him. So here we get more Kathleen being evil and extremely ruthless. So here she, correct me if I'm wrong, is interrogating a bunch of people because she is looking for Henry and Sam, or specifically Henry, I should say. Sam is she's just after him kind of by necessity.
Yeah, you know you're right, because she doesn't do anything else, does she? That's literally all she does.
Yeah. So
I'll talk about her brother.
Yeah, so she's interrogating them, and Perry's there because he is there. He doesn't seem to have a problem with what she's doing. He doesn't, I don't think, mention or suggest that maybe she's going too far. But she does this whole, like, I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1, and then I'm going to start shooting you. And then someone puts their hand up and says, I know where he might be, I believe.
You keep pausing on, it's like photos like that where Perry just keeps looking at Kathleen like, what are you doing?
What are you doing? Who put you in charge?
Yeah, exactly.
You did when you murdered my boss. Okay, so then I believe that she promised the people that she was interrogating that they would get a trial, and that they are already guilty because she's decided that they're guilty. So they'll get a mock trial, and they will then serve time, is the implication. After leaving the room and getting the information that she wanted, Perry then asks, like, are we actually going to, do that? And she basically says, fuck no, just kill them.
No, you idiot. God.
Yeah, like, what are you doing? We're not wasting our precious resources, so we'll go in there and waste some precious, bullets, I guess. But yeah, the people that she was just interrogating, who were they? I forget. Because is Henry actually part of some kind of freedom fighter movement that's actually active, or is he like a lone faction? I remember that he's kind of working on his own because he has his own reasons for doing what he's doing. But he was also...
I think it's at least implied that Henry and the group that Kathleen's interrogating are almost like double agents, maybe, where they are or would appear to be part of Kathleen or her brother's rebellion, but they're also informers for Fedra.
Yeah, because we learn later explicitly that Henry did do that. He fed information to Fedra. I guess we can assume that was the case for these guys as well. Maybe it's explained in the episode. I forget. I don't have it on my notes here. Okay, so notes that I have on the changes to the Henry and the Sam characters. So Sam is deaf, like completely deaf. He can't hear a damn thing. And they obviously communicate with sign language. And I was kind of thinking, it seems like it's a very specific change to make. Do you know if the actor is dead? The kid that,
Yes,
sorry,
I
deaf.
actually listening to the HBO podcast about it. Yeah, they, I think, yeah, Neil Druckmann and Craig Mazin were talking about casting, and they sent out. I think they said they sent out Twitter looking for young deaf actors. They were looking for an authentic actor, I suppose, and they said they were expecting not loads of applications, but somewhere around the 100 mark. And I think he said they got 5.
5?
So,
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
only 5 to choose from. Yeah, and to be fair, yeah, the lad's quality really good.
Yeah, I think both of them are really good, honestly.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, like making Sam deaf seems like a very strange and deliberate change to make. Because like if he was deaf in the game, then it would be like, oh, okay, well obviously he's going to be deaf in the show. And it's not really until the end where I was like, okay, that was fully justified, because it doesn't, I don't think, as far as I can remember, inform anyone's decisions, the fact that he is deaf. However, the way that it lets them depict how certain scenes play out is, well, unique, but also very effective as a result of him being unable to hear.
No, I think that I like the change as well, because in the game he's just Ellie's age, and he's just like the less important version of Ellie. That he's the forgettable Ellie, basically.
Yeah,
he doesn't have a lot to do, so
yeah,
they gave him something to do in this one.
In the games as well, they're very Henry and Sam are almost literally like parallels of Joel and Ellie, because Henry is Joel but younger, and Sam is just Ellie but less important. He doesn't have magical blood.
Yeah, he's not immune, so
yeah,
him.
Yeah, exactly. And the other change that I found interesting is that Henry doesn't use guns. And please tell me that's not a gun that he's holding right there, or is that an empty?
Yeah.
That is but he doesn't have any bullets. Is that? Am I right?
Both empty. Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, he doesn't use guns, whereas in the game I assume he's
pretty proficient.
Yeah, pretty proficient with guns. I think that's an interesting change. Whether it works as well as the Sam change, I don't know, but it definitely makes him more vulnerable. And I feel like the reason why they did that, or a reason why they may have done that, is because it then makes it slightly more explicable that he would want Joel's help. Because he sees...
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Yeah. If you don't... Like, if Henry was as good as Joel is in the game, then it would be less believable that he would want anyone's help, because he can just mow down people and rescue his brother.
Yeah. So, just to be clear, because I feel like I was almost kind of hating on the Henry change here. I really like the Henry in the series, but I feel like they had to change how the character ends. Maybe keep him in it for another episode, expand on him a little bit more, so I actually give a fuck about him, because he's really likable in the game.
Yeah.
He's not so likable in the series for me. I understand where he's coming from, but he's clearly done a very bad thing.
We'll get to that when we get that scene, because I don't think I agree with you, but maybe I'm misremembering and I'm thinking that he's maybe a better person than he actually is.
Well, but can we at least talk about, because you said you don't think he's a morally ambiguous character, so why not?
Yeah, well, again, the reason why I want to save that is because I'll have to skip forward in my notes, because there's the scene where he explains to Joel exactly why he is being hunted by Kathleen, and I assume that is where you're getting that he's a morally ambiguous character, because he has done quote-unquote questionable things which have now landed him in this shitstorm of a situation.
Yeah, exactly. I think that although you know that he sold Kathleen's brother out, you don't know about how many other things he did, but he does say that he was a collaborator, as he puts it. So you don't know how many bad things he's done.
Yeah, that's true. You could infer that he's done a lot more. That's definitely true. But then if his reasons for doing it, and it's not explicitly necessarily... I guess we are going to have to jump forwards to it. It's not.
We're doing it.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bad thing to, like. Obviously, he's selling someone out and he's betraying someone who put their trust in him. We can assume, if not directly, then indirectly, and he's selling them out knowing that it would lead to that person's death.
Yeah, I mean, he sold Jesus out.
Yeah, I mean, how could you,
Judas? Yeah.
Yeah, how you oh, what's the line? I'm trying to remember the line.
Or Cypher from The Matrix.
Yeah, Cypher. Ignorance is bliss, indeed. Yeah, but like, again, his reasons for doing it, it's like, so doing that on its own, selling someone out who trusts you and them dying as a result, that in isolation is not a nice thing to do. However, if...
No, sorry, I was going to say, it's very reflective of what Joel does, in a way.
Arguably, yes.
Just basically screws over almost an entire faction of people just to save his brother.
Yeah, you could definitely argue that, and I think...
Maybe clutching a little bit, but...
Possibly, yeah, possibly, but I think there's something there, definitely. But then, again, his reasons for doing it, and given that we don't know the brother, we just hear from people, we hear from Kathleen how amazing he was, and from, I think, Perry...
So amazing.
Yeah, I think Perry says a little bit as well. So these are people who desperately want to remember him as a good person, and I think Henry does as well. I seem to remember Henry's discussion with Joel. He basically says that he sold out a good man, and that man was then killed.
Oh yeah, like just like Kathleen, good man is an understatement. Henry's clearly in love with this dude as well.
So yeah, so here showing again that this is a flashback. This is the little room that Kathleen and Perry were in. Sam's face there I quite like. And yeah, the old dude that's with them is the doctor who got executed at the beginning of episode 4. So he did know about Henry and Sam. However, he did not budge at all when being interrogated by Kathleen. He is now, of course, dead as a result. So yeah, during this scene, all I really remember about it, because I didn't write any notes, is that Henry is basically in like survival mode. Like, we've got this much food, that's 1 can a day. We can stay here for 15 days, and then we got to start moving, that kind of thing. And Sam is just kind of sat in the corner, depressed and traumatized because of all the shit that he's had to deal with. He's got a book. Oh no, he's got like an Etch-a-Sketch thing, doesn't he?
Yes. Which
is kind of how he... Yeah, there's some later scenes with him using that with Ellie that I quite liked. Yeah. Well, it's not an Etch-a-Sketch. It's like a homemade re-wipeable drawing pad thing.
For convenience, we just call it the Etch-a-Sketch.
I'll call it an Etch-a-Sketch, yeah. And yeah, Henry kind of realizes that Sam needs some kind of entertainment. He needs some reason to keep going, because like, just get to tomorrow, like maybe Joel was at the beginning. That doesn't really work for like a 10-year-old or however old Sam is. So then they start doodling on all the walls. They start decorating it, and we get a little bit of bonding with these two characters, which I really liked. It's not necessary, but I really liked it, and I thought that it, without this, I know that you said that you would have wanted more of this, and I think I would agree. Maybe making it a 3-episode arc could have done it, but it would mean that the ending hits that much harder.
Exactly. That's what I wanted.
Yeah. So 10 days later, they've been here for that long. They've run out of food. Sam is hungry, and they obviously have not been found in that time. And at this point, I believe they're now watching Joel and Ellie arrive. Or I think it's after they leave the building, actually. Hold on.
Yeah, I think they're just looking at Fedra at this point.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Fedra. The Kathleen's army.
Yes. Doesn't Henry say it's either now or it's in a little bit? He says like he memorized their movements or something, so he knows their like AI based patrol patterns, video game type thing, so that he knows when to move. Or is that in episode 7? Is that Riley that says that in episode 7? I can't remember.
No, I think Henry does say it. I can't remember if he says it now or when he's explaining his plan to Joel. It could be either one.
Okay. So yeah, what happens here is this is Henry watching from opposite the other side of the road, watching what happened in episode 4 when Joel crashes the car because of the trap, and he then kills a bunch of people, and this basically makes Henry be like, hot dang, I got to get me some of that. And so they decide... Go on.
Did you really like this, where it was almost, obviously, that... So I think I remember you saying during or after we watched the episode that you liked the fact that you're seeing the same scene but from a different point of view.
I superficially really like it when film and TV shows do that. Yes, I'm trying to think of other examples now, because it's not just a case of unreliable narrators. It's not that you're seeing the same sequence of events from a different... Well, it is a different perspective, but it's literally a different perspective. It's literally a different set of eyes watching what's happening, and we are seeing what Henry saw, and previously we were seeing what Joel saw. Whereas something like, I don't think you've seen it, but Rashomon, which is the same story told like 3 or 4 times by people who are being interrogated by the police as to like what, they all witnessed a crime and they all give totally different accounts as to what actually happened. And that's what the film is.
I remember you mentioning that because I also remember mentioning the German film Run Lola Run, where I think the same story plays out 3 slightly different ways from what I remember.
Okay, yeah, I've not seen Run Lola Run, but yeah, I might have to watch that at some point.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, sehr gut. Das ist sehr gut. So yeah, they enter this building and they go upstairs, and I believe righty here is where they find Joel and Ellie. So they tread on the glass, and Sam doesn't hear it because obviously he's deaf, and he asks Henry, like, was that loud? And Henry's like, yep, that was loud. That was glass. Maybe, I don't know if he was going first, but I guess that's kind of Henry's fault. But again, Henry is not, he's not particularly good at this kind of thing. He's using
terrible,
yeah, he's not an expert. Like if it was Joel that had done that and just let a deaf kid run into a room with a gun, I'd be like, what the hell are you doing? But I can believe that Sam might do that, that Henry might do that, and therefore potentially alert Joel and Ellie that they are on their way. So now we're back at the beginning of episode 4, and Henry has a gun on Ellie. Sam has a gun on Joel. These guns are not loaded. There are no bullets. However, Ellie and Joel do not know this at this point. I thought that this was quite funny, the way this was done.
I really like this scene.
Yeah. Do you want to... I think I might be remembering it incorrectly, but do you want to go through how it goes, if you can remember?
Well, it's clear that even though Joel is the one that's being threatened with the gun, he's very secure in how he is actually Henry that's shitting himself, despite the fact that he's the one holding the gun. Plays out in quite a funny way because Joel is calm as anything.
Joel is completely calm.
Not reassured. Yes.
Yeah, he's
too calm for Henry's liking.
Yeah, the line, I'm trying to remember what the line was, because Ellie says like, no, Joel, tell him, stop being so antagonistic. He has an asshole voice. He always sounds like that.
I think Ellie says, or Henry says kind of, "Are we cool?" or something like that, and Joel says, "Everything's great."
Yep.
In such a kind of sinister way. Yeah.
Yep. And then Ellie's like, "No, that's his normal voice. He's not actually being a dick. That's just how he sounds."
Yeah, I feel like this played out really kind of organically. The characters all being quite true to themselves, but in a really funny way. Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah, I really like this scene. So a note that I have is obviously Henry decides to follow Joel. All he knows at this point is that Joel is a competent killer because he kills 3 people. He doesn't know that Joel is a good person. I don't even think, I won't rewind it to check, but I don't even think that he knows that he's escorting a child.
No, I think he does. I think that's the reason why Henry goes to find him. Because, you would assume that Joel is quite a scary dude. It's only the fact that he's got Ellie with him, I think, gives Henry the confidence to think maybe we could team up.
Okay, if that's the case, that's a bit more explicable, because the question mark that I've got here is this worth the risk?
Exactly, yeah. I think it's at least, because they are quite desperate, it's believable for me.
Well, again, how desperate are they? Because this isn't revealed yet. Why do they need Joel?
So they're completely out of food, and they need to escape the city. They haven't got any guns, and they are not capable fighters at all. And
right.
One of them is deaf.
Right. No, yeah,
and
true.
8 years old.
Yeah. Yeah. When you
it's not looking good.
When you put it like that, I can buy it, because their plan at this point, prior to seeing Joel, was escape through the sewers, not the sewers, the underground tunnels. That was it, because it's not Joel that suggests that. It's Henry suggests that, and then Joel's like, "This is a stupid idea," but like, okay.
Yes, it's Henry's. I think he used the term "dicey as fuck" plan. That is his plan.
Okay, so the reason why he wants another set of hands and another couple of guns is in case there is anything nasty inside those tunnels.
Yes, because I think it might be the next scene, if you want to skip to that, where they're kind of almost in like a kind of office tower block discussing the plan.
Yes. So, yeah, while I'm skipping there, I'll just say what happens. So, they believe Joel, they lower their guns, and they don't yet reveal that the guns were empty and that they weren't actually a threat. They share some food. Henry and Sam are very thankful. They learn that Sam is deaf. Ellie kind of introduces herself and they learn everyone's name, and Joel just doesn't say anything, and Ellie has to prompt him to be like, "Would you stop being a douchebag? Tell them your name." I don't even think he does. I think Ellie then says, "This is Joel," because he's just not happy about the fact that a kid snuck up on him and had a gun in his face. Because we know, again, I'd only just clocked this, but we know how he is with children with guns. Like, he didn't want Ellie to have one, and he was just snuck up on by a child that's even younger than Ellie holding a gun in his face. So he definitely doesn't like that happened. Okay, keep going. Yeah, here we go. This is the scene you were talking about. So this is where we learn, I think, a little bit about what Henry is or was and why he's doing what he's doing and why everyone is looking for him. So
yes, Joel's very reluctant to work with him because Henry says that he was a snitch.
Yes. So, what happens is that Henry confesses to Joel that he was responsible for the death of Kathleen's brother. He turned him over to Fedra in exchange for medication for Sam's leukemia.
Oh, he didn't. No, he didn't say that. That's happened in the sewer, I believe.
Oh, that happens in the sewer. Okay. Well, that's the notes that I have. I must have written that in the wrong place. Do you want to fill in the gaps on this, and then we can get to the bit that I said, because I evidently don't have any notes on this scene, if that's the case.
What, as in what happens with the plan?
Is this where they explain their plan?
Yeah, this is where Henry tells them that to go through the tunnels. He believes that they've been cleared out by Fedra, or at least he has heard from one of the guards, I think, that they've been cleared out. And Joel is far from convinced. Yeah, which is very believable for the character.
Yeah, because he's just not Sam. Henry is just like, yeah, so there's tunnels, and we think they're empty. And obviously, we as the viewer have seen episode 4. We saw that giant crater-looking hole, sinkhole type thing that was moving. That Kathleen totally was like, nah, we'll deal with it later. So we know that there is probably something bad down in their tunnels.
Yeah, mate, I will say I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on this as well, because you are something of a nitpicker along with me.
I can be. I have been known to be.
You certainly have. Yeah, so Emery reveals to Joel that he was a snitch. Now, surely you would think alarm bells would be ringing in Joel's head and thinking, this dude's going to sell me out. Or is it a double bluff because he has told Joel he was a snitch, therefore Joel will think, well, he's telling the truth?
You could go that way with it, but also because, yeah, like if Henry seems to be legit and he's being honest, and I think at that point he also is when he reveals that the guns were empty, that he's not a fighter, he's not able to defend himself in this world. Like, it's kind of a miracle that he's got this far. He's had to do, in inverted commas, bad things he's been forced to do bad things in order to survive, much like basically everyone in this world. And the fact that he's kind of revealed all of that, he's put all of that on the table in front of Joel. It's either a case of Joel believes him, because he doesn't have to trust him. He just has to, I guess he does have to trust him to some degree, but at least he trusts that Henry is not a threat.
Yeah, I just kind of being devil's advocate in that way. Yeah, I think Henry presents his case well enough for Joel to think, well, we need this dude maybe as much as he needs us, so it makes sense.
Yeah, I can buy that they teamed up, I think. Yeah. I don't really have a problem with Joel trusting Henry at this point. Because, again, if Henry was the Henry from the game, and that's how this went down in the same way, but Henry was a gunslinging, absolutely shredded 6'5" guy who, is maybe similar to Joel when Joel was 25, then I don't think that would necessarily work as well. But this Henry is not threatening, at least not to Joel. Like, he can pretend to be threatening by having a gun that is empty, but he isn't actually going to be of any use if you come across an infected.
Yeah, fair enough.
Whereas Joel will be useful, theoretically. So then we skip forwards. So where is it that we learn about Henry's past?
That is in the sewer, which I believe is the next scene. Also, I wanted to get your thoughts as well.
Yep.
Almost skipping back slightly to where Kathleen sees that there are basically infected underground, or at least there is something underground.
The hole, yep.
So, yeah, because I remember you're a big fan of your bomb under the table. What's that called?
Yeah, I'll explain that for anyone who doesn't know, Alfred Hitchcock, it was, I guess, I don't know if idiom is the right word, but it was a saying that he had for like building tension, and this is something that Tarantino does a lot as well. Like the most obvious example I can think of is the opening scene for Inglourious Bastards. Is if you have I think the original way that Hitchcock explained it was that if you have two people just sat at a table having a chat, then it's boring, theoretically. I mean, it's not necessarily boring, but you get the point. It doesn't serve a purpose. It's not intense. It's just they're there speaking. Like there's no increase or decrease in tension or stakes. However, if you or when you reveal that there is a bomb underneath that table, then you're hanging on every word that they say, because the consequences of that bomb going off, you understand what is going to happen. So if the bomb goes off underneath the table where these two guys are having their conversation, and you didn't know that the bomb is there, that's not tension. That's a bomb going off by surprise, and it's like, bang, oh, I guess that happened. And like that kind of thing can work, but that isn't tension, is the point that he was making when he's talking about having a bomb under the table. So for Inglourious Bastards, which I'm sure many people have seen, and I know we have both seen quite a few times, or at least I have.
So many.
Yeah, so the opening scene of that, where you've got Hans Landa interrogating Monsieur Lapidite. That's it.
Monsieur Lapidite.
Yeah, the milk farmer. So he seems to be basically playing that scene as if he believes Monsieur Lapidite that he is not hiding Jews under his floorboards, because Monsieur Lapidite is hiding Jews underneath his floorboards, but the audience does not know that at this point. And the scene goes on for about 10 minutes, and they're just kind of having a chat. And it's like, oh, okay, we're learning a little bit about the characters, but it's like, where is this going? And then about halfway through the scene, Tarantino just like, the camera, while they're talking, just goes down and down and down. It goes down the table leg, through the floor, and you see there's a whole family of people under the floorboards, covering their mouths because they're fucking terrified because there's a load of Nazis above them that want to kill them. As soon as you see that is the bomb under the table. And at that point, that scene, the tension in that scene just skyrockets. But before that, it's pretty chill, even though it's a Nazi and a French milk farmer in occupied France. But they're being relatively friendly. And then you reveal the bomb under the table, and everything is now seen in a new light, basically.
Leading on from that, when they go into the sewers, were you expecting what Kathleen saw to maybe jump out at Joel?
I was definitely expecting that to happen, but not necessarily at that point in time, yes. Okay. Because probably the easiest answer would be no, because I guess subconsciously I know, or I expect, that if they're all walking around in the sewers, Joel, who is very capable, but maybe less so because of his partial deafness, you've got Ellie, who is a child, you've got Sam, who is a child and deaf, and you've got Henry, who is an adult but doesn't really know what he's doing. If they come across anything beyond, one zombie, and that does happen a few times during this series, which I do criticize. It's like, oh, well, there was lucky there was only one, because it allowed the scene to play out. If there was a horde, if there was 2, if there was 3, if there were 6, everyone in that scene is dead.
You're definitely talking about episode 7 here, aren't you?
And arguably the beginning of episode 9, but yeah.
God damn it, just don't diss episode 7.
I'm sorry. So, yeah, I think I subconsciously knew that if they open a door and there's like a horde of zombies in there that were set up in episode 4, there's no way they can escape because they're in sewers and they can't see particularly well. They're not going to be outrunning them. They're all just going to die. So I probably was not expecting it because I didn't believe that the show would put the characters.
Escape,
yeah, I didn't believe they'd be put in that situation. But obviously, yes, I was expecting there to be a payoff for that, and there is a payoff for that at the end of the episode.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Just thought I'd get your thoughts on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't directly pop into my head, but yeah, I feel like they maybe could have set that up at this point in time. And if you're going to have the scene where Kathleen is like, hey, we got a hole, but let's not do anything about it. If you're going to have that scene, maybe have that just as Joel and Henry are going into the sewers. Because then at that point, it would directly imply that maybe something bad is going to happen now.
Yeah, I was expecting, just purely from my memories of the game, where you do get rushed by some infected at some points, and the two pairs do get separated.
Okay.
Where Joel has to look after Sam for a period. I was almost expecting that to happen because it's quite a cool dynamic where
Switcheroo.
basically every party is shitting themselves because they're wondering what's happened to their partner.
Okay. Yeah, that would be so if they get separated and they maybe think that the other has died, then you have all four people just if for whatever reason they can't hear each other over the infected, then that could have been effective.
Yeah, if anything, it's actually Joe and Ellie are, because they're a little bit less emotional, I suppose. They actually seem a lot more chilled out than Henry and Sam do at this point in the game. Like, Henry is genuinely really scared that Sam's going to get bitten or eaten or whatever, or get killed.
I mean, yeah, understandably, which in the...
I suppose it's because they are actually brothers, whereas Joe and Ellie are not. Don't have a particularly long-standing relationship.
Yeah, but like also that I think factors into, like you said, Henry in the game is a threatening presence. He knows how to handle himself, but he has his weakness is that he cares about his brother. So
I suppose that's true. In the game, he's very much the protector of Sam, which he is in the series as well. But like he says, he's never shot anyone.
He says
never had to physically protect him.
He says that in the game.
He says that in the show. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, I remember him saying that in the show. I was assuming that wasn't the case in the game, but I couldn't remember. So,
No.
yeah, while they're going through the tunnels, they find what appears to be a little underground school.
I love the fact they included this.
This is in the game because I don't remember this at all.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite little parts. You know, in games like this, like where Fallout, where you maybe get to an area, you find little notes about people who used to live there. And they actually show it's a drawing that a kid's drawing of our protectors, Danny and Ish, which I don't know if you remember from this episode.
I don't remember that, no.
Okay, well, they find that drawing, and that is in the game as well, where it's basically implied that there was a community living down there, and it's a really fucking dark part of the game because I think you find a lot of kind of kids' bodies covered up at one point. I think that there's some infected that get down there basically, and I think Ish has had to shoot them all because you do find a note once they've left the sewers and gone into the houses afterwards.
Oh dear.
And it's one of them where you get really engrossed in the area.
Yeah,
and they've not really missed much of the details there. You got the kids' play area, the football goal and whatnot.
Yeah, I really like it in games when they do that. I can't remember what the actual name for it is. It's like ergonomic world building, but it's not that. It's that kind of thing where the player is actually discovering the information for themselves. Yeah, player driven world building, maybe. I can't remember what it's called, but I do really like it. So yeah, Ellie bonds a little bit with Sam, and Henry and Joel are just kind of like, yeah, I don't like this. We're going to stay here for a little bit, but I don't like this because this is bad. And then they sit there while they play football. And would this be when Henry reveals?
Yeah, this is the one where he got he ciphered Morpheus.
Yes. Okay, so Henry confesses to Joel that he was responsible for the death of Kathleen's brother, turning him over to Fedra in exchange for medication for Sam's leukemia.
I mean, Sam does not have much luck in life.
No, he doesn't. When it rains, it pours, I guess. So, yeah, the notes I've got on this is I think this is strong. The idea of good people being forced to do bad things and make the best of a bad situation, which is what seemingly everyone is doing. They have no choice, but to do what they end up doing, and they have to live with the consequences. This also, to some degree, explains Kathleen, although we don't get much of that yet. Yeah, as far as Henry's explanation as to why he has done what he's done and why he's in this shitstorm of a situation, I think that works in the show, and I do quite like it.
Yeah, I do like the changes that they made with Henry and the character. Yeah, I really like it.
Yeah. The other question mark that I have here, which I think I probably would delete, but I'll read it anyway because I don't think I agree with this. Would Joel help Henry? His priority is Ellie, and adding more people increases the risk.
When you say help him how?
Well, by escaping through the sewers with him. So I don't think that if I was to think about it again, I probably wouldn't write that down, but I figured I wrote it down, so I'll read it so we can argue against old me. So we understand pretty clearly why Henry needs Joel. Remind me, why does Joel need Henry? Is it because he doesn't know the way out of the city?
Yes, that's literally it.
Okay. I mean, in that case, honestly, I think that's pretty much fair enough. Like, the fact that there are more people, like, yes, it does increase the risk, but at the very least, going back to the whole gun thing, he's pretty confident at this point. He knows that, like, Sam isn't a threat. He's pretty confident that Henry isn't, and he trusts Ellie to be able to use a gun if she has to. And I guess he probably trusts Henry to use a gun if he has to. So
I think it's this scene where Joel actually, in his very Joel way, offers for Henry and Sam to kind of join them in where they're going.
Yeah, does that happen in the game? Because I do really like that.
Yes. Not in the sewers, but yes.
Okay. Yeah, I really do like that because it does show, even regardless of which Joel we're talking about, whether it's video game Joel or Pedro Pascal Joel, I do like that he ends up basically doing that because it shows that he does actually appreciate having some kind of company, because it stops him from, I guess, getting lost in himself. And it means that he's not just being a dad, because essentially he's having to be a reluctant dad to Ellie, which he does not really want to be doing. But he's forced into that situation.
I mean, I like it less because in the game, Henry he's at least useful, whereas this Henry is not. Once they're out of Kansas City, Henry doesn't really offer much apart from maybe keeping watch at night.
Yeah, that's true. However, again, if we're talking about this Joel, not game Joel, I can believe that at this point he's bonded enough, he has enough humanity to where he's bonded enough with Henry, he understands who he is and why he does what he does, and Sam to, peripherally, but to a lesser degree, that he would be willing to say, we're going to grab a car and drive to wherever it is that Tommy is, you want to come, for no other reason than he doesn't want them to die. Like, I can totally buy that. Game.
Yeah, I couldn't argue with any of that. And as the audience, I think Sam and Henry are quite likable.
Yeah, they're very likable.
No reason why Joel wouldn't kind of feel the same way.
Yeah, game Joel, I think it's a different question, because if they're gonna theoretically get in the way of what he's doing, he might not extend that. But then in the game, like you said, it's different. It's a different scenario because Henry's actually useful.
Yeah, I mean, you do see Sam and Ellie kind of bonding. I've got it in my notes. It almost reminds me of Terminator 2, where you have the kind of flashback. I think it's a dream where Sarah Connor sees the nuke going off and she's like rattling on the gates of this play park.
Yep.
It very much reminds me of that, where the kids are just oblivious to what's going on, really. They haven't seen the horrors that those two have seen.
Yeah, interesting parallel there. I would not have thought of that, but yeah, I guess because they're here watching them play, and they're like, oh, the naivety of youth. Well, they're actually working out, like, right, how the fuck do we get out of here? Like, there's goddamn zombies everywhere, and Kathleen wants my balls in a vice. But yeah, they're just having a good time, and they're playing. And again, when I was watching this, I was thinking, you need to be really fucking quiet because there's zombies. And they're just, like, there's a goal there, so they're, like, kicking the football into the goal, which is, like, banging around on everything, and they're not being quiet. Is that a problem?
No, I was surprised that Joel didn't tell them to keep it down, to be fair.
I was fully expecting him to not let them do it, because he would be like, no, okay, this place is empty, there's a reason why it's empty, we're not here to play games. But then that's kind of the point of the scene, which is why maybe it doesn't work as well as it could have, is because the scene, I think, like you explained, is basically them reflecting on the innocence of youth, and they're trying to let them actually live a little.
Yes.
However, it doesn't address the inherent danger of letting them do that, because it's put them in a situation where doing that is dangerous.
Yes, fair shout.
And because I think, at this point, like you said earlier, Henry thinks that the sewers are abandoned because the Fedra drove the infected out of the sewers. Is that basically what he says?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, maybe that's enough of a justification, because obviously they haven't found any yet. However, they're not all the way out yet, and sewers typically have at least 2 ways to get in, which means that someone who is not, or something that is not inside Kansas City, could get into the sewers from the outside. So they don't know that they're safe. Even if Henry completely, Like, so even if Henry was one of the guys working for Fedra who cleared out the sewers personally, that doesn't mean that he knows that it's safe now.
Yeah, he doesn't know it at all. He hasn't been down there himself.
Yeah, and like I get why they're doing. Like I can accept that they would do this, even knowing that like the sewers got cleared out, but maybe there is still a risk. But honestly, we don't have any other fucking choice. So what else are we going to do? That's one thing. But then making this amount of noise is a different thing.
Yep.
Because if you suddenly get like bang 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 rah at the door, it's like, oh, well, I guess now we kind of just die. Because even if the infected don't get through the door, it means that they can't escape. So they're just kind of stuck here, or they've got to turn around and deal with Kathleen and all her minions.
Pretty much.
Right. I don't have anything else on this scene. I don't know if you do. I'm kind of anxious to get to the end of this episode because I have a lot of notes on the end of this episode.
Yes, and we do. We have the Kathleen's childhood bedroom backstory here. The scene where I was very bored about 20 seconds through.
Okay.
Was just really wishing she'd email me the rest of this story.
I've got nothing for this scene. I don't know why, but yeah, go for it, and I'll see if I have any comments on your comments.
Well, just in my notes, there's some
also, sorry, just quickly, Perry's face once again. He's looking at her like, why are you in charge?
Yeah, exactly. I've got written down in my notes, like, well, for a start, just why the fuck are we still here? Can you please fuck off? And then we've got Perry basically representing the audience here with, I don't need to hear this, please. Just give it a fucking rest.
Well, I assume that he also, because before I say that, what exactly does she tell him?
It's something like when her and her brother, cause, again, I really hate this scene. When her and her brother were kids and there was a storm, he essentially made out that the room was like a wooden box and they couldn't be harmed. Essentially, it's
this
her,
room.
Yeah, it's.
So this is her childhood home?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the brother being a big brother and protecting his little sister, and her just reminiscing over that.
And she's using that as a like reminder and I guess justification as to why she's doing what she's doing.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, just to kind of give more backstory to Jesus.
So yeah, okay, so the criticism I was going to make is no longer valid, but I've just thought of another one. I was going to say, why is she telling Perry this? But from what you've just said, it's like she's obviously quite emotional at the moment. She's very recently lost her brother, and Perry probably, we can assume, doesn't know or did not previously know the information that she just told him about her childhood and Big Brother being a big brother during a thunderstorm.
Yeah, and he probably wished he still didn't know.
Yeah, maybe. However, my criticism at this point becomes, why are they here? Did they... Because the last time we saw them was when they were at the hole and she was like, nah, lol, we'll do it later. And then they, I guess...
Why are they not out looking for him?
Well, yeah, that's my point. They then left the hole, they left the sewers, and she was like, Perold, come with me. We must go to my childhood bedroom to reminisce.
Can we please just take a moment?
Yes.
Yeah. I need to go to my childhood bedroom, please.
Yeah, like I could buy I think I could buy this a lot more if they were in one of the cars driving around looking for Henry and Sam, and Perry says, come on, excuse me, come on, Kathleen, why are we doing this? Like he's probably gone. Like he's left the city or something to that effect. Like he doesn't think it's a valuable use of their resources. And then that would then trigger her to tell Perry a little bit of the backstory. And I know you say that you don't like the scene. I don't know if you like how it ended. Because I really...
this scene?
Yeah, I really liked how this scene ended. I might get the quote wrong, but I believe she says something like, you're going to tell me that my brother wouldn't want me to take revenge and hunt down Henry. And that's cool because I know that he wouldn't want me to do that, but I don't care because I'm not my brother. It's something along those lines. And that just very clearly lays out that, I mean, she's an evil bitch, but she is highly motivated to be doing what she's doing. She's not evil for the sake of being evil at this point.
Yeah, I don't think she's an evil bitch.
Well, no, in terms of like the implication that I got from this scene is that she was basically saying, I am the monster that my brother, was not. Like, do you see what I mean? because I'm trying to remember exactly what the quote was. But
Yeah, I think you pretty much nailed it.
okay.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but it doesn't work for me on any level really.
Okay, fair enough. I think that I think it is functional. I don't think it is sufficient. I would want more, possibly in the form of again literal flashbacks. Because like, just do we know how long ago it was that Henry turned in the brother and that all happened?
No, we don't know.
Okay, so if this was a 3-episode subplot rather than a 2-episode subplot, and the first episode dealt with that, I mean, that maybe that would work. Who knows? But that would then give them an
100%.
opportunity. Yeah, it would give them an opportunity to actually explain in detail. Because then you start off with Kathleen and what was his name? God, Neo, Jesus. I forget what we were calling him. Morpheus. Yes. And we actually learn a little bit. We get to know them, and obviously because Kathleen and Magic Brother Man, they're not in the game, which means that there are no preconceptions that anyone, even people who have played the game, are gonna have. Whereas when you're watching the episode 3, for example, with Bill and Frank, you know to some degree where this ends. Like unless they make major changes, and like to some degree they do. I guess a better example is the Henry and Sam plot. If you played the game, you know where this ends. Whereas if you would...
that's a bad thing, I think, because like you say about the Bill episode, I really like that, and I had high hopes for this. I thought, okay, yeah, they're doing something different, and please let it be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get on to exactly what we think of the ending of this episode momentarily. Do you have any other comments on this scene before I skip ahead?
No, that's yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Just please show her dying. Yeah.
Okay, so I will read what happens during this, and then we will go through it sequentially. So after escaping through the tunnels, they did not encounter any infected. The group is attacked by a sniper from an upper story window. Joel sneaks up and kills the sniper, but finds out that he was radioing Kathleen, who then arrives with her militia. Let's go with that. So they are seen by a sniper because they're walking around just in the open, like they're not
chatting away.
Yeah, they're just like, oh Jesus, there's a sniper. That's a thing that exists in this world that I'm very aware of because I'm Joel and I know about this kind of thing. So this is catastrophically dumb, and they're also extremely lucky that the sniper has shit aim, because I believe when this happens, skippy forwards, they take cover behind
I will say,
yeah, go on.
In their defense, Henry does claim to know their patrols, so he probably assumes there's going to be no one out here.
That would be fine if Joel then called him out on it. If Joel said, "What the fuck, Henry? You told me we were safe," and then he'd be like, "I thought we were safe. They must have changed their patrol." That would acknowledge that
Joel's
was set
more
up.
pragmatic than that.
Maybe, but then I feel if they actually had a character address it, or maybe Ellie would address it because she can be a bit snarky and sarcastic. She'd be like, "Henry, I thought you knew what you were doing," and then he'd be like, "Come on, they must have changed their patrols. I didn't know he would be there." Because then that would be the show acknowledging that they had previously established that he has that information. Whereas the way this plays out, it's just kind of ignored. And I hadn't noticed until you just said that. So,
well, I think they're just being so kind of blasé about it because, as Henry has claimed, he knows the patrols. He doesn't think anyone's going to be out here. Joel is still quite suspicious and paranoid about that, and he doesn't say anything, but he doesn't stop the others from saying anything.
True, but then if the reason why they're wandering around in the open is because they all fully trust that Henry knows their patrols, because when does he say that? Is it established that that's why they did this, or is that only implied?
Established what?
That he knew, quote unquote, that it would be safe out here.
Oh yeah, I think that's part of the conversation when they're walking along.
Right. Okay. Because in that case, Joel should be fucking furious with him in that case. Because
no, again, I feel like Joel was just being pragmatic, and Henry may well have been correct that there's not meant to be anyone out here, but there is, because, well, they're all naive apart from Joel, really.
Okay, but then at the same time, that if that sniper didn't have shit aim, any of them could have been shot. Joel, Ellie could have been shot as a result of Henry being wrong. I feel like a character, probably Joel, possibly Ellie, should be saying something to to Henry, to basically vent their frustration and rip into him and be like, Jesus, we're lucky this guy has shit aim because otherwise we'd be fucking dead, you useless bastard. That kind of thing.
Well, Ellie was being the loudest out of them anyway, so I feel like she could have not much cause to do that.
Yeah,
the only one
maybe that could be the
with
response.
reason to do it would be Joel. And like I say, Joel's too pragmatic. He's too focused on the sniper, I think.
Well, again, maybe that could be the response though. If Ellie kind of like pipes up, you're useless man. We nearly got shot because of you, and then Henry responds like, if you weren't being so goddamn loud all the time, that kind of thing. Because then they're acknowledging the information.
It's a slight nitpick.
All right, well, I'll leave it there. Anyway, so they acknowledge here that the sniper has shit aim because Joel says that he's going to go and deal with the sniper, and his justification for being able to do that is that the guy has shit aim.
I like the fact that that's addressed.
Yes.
The stormtrooper school is at least kind of stated, yeah.
Yeah, it's still, as we just went through, lucky that he had shit aim. Because even if Henry if Henry's right or wrong about any of that, he can't know that like their snipers are shit. Like that.
Yeah, because I think at this point Henry tries to make a run for it as well, and Joel just kind of looks at him like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yes, yeah. That I think that's what this is here on screen. Yeah. He just legs it
like Joel
and comes
is just
back.
Too experienced for this.
Yeah,
like he's very decisive. Within 10 seconds, he's like, "Right, I'm just going to go take him out." He's not shooting anyone because he has shit aim.
So what he does is he then approaches the house in a somewhat strategic manner with his gun, goes upstairs, and the sniper is an old guy, hence the shit aim, maybe.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and he sees him, and I'll prompt you to talk about how this is different from the game in a moment, because I know you have things to say about this. And what Joel basically says is, please don't make me shoot you. You don't have to die.
God.
And he then whips round. Well, I say whips round. He's an old guy, so he kind of slowly creaks round, and then Joel pops him, and then he's up there with the gun. And we will move on to what happens next momentarily. So, what have we to say about that?
Well, again, watching it for the first time, it's not a problem. I like this slightly softer side of Joel. But then you can't have him fucking gunning down people, just ruthlessly killing people in the last episode like it means nothing. That's the main problem with this scene, really.
Yeah, that's true. Although the steel man of that potentially is that in the last episode, he is directly doing it to save Ellie's life. Whereas here, he doesn't necessarily have to kill this guy.
No, you could maybe argue that.
Because, now, what's about to happen is he is now forced to start shooting people in order to protect Ellie and Henry and Sam, but primarily Ellie and also himself. But yeah, I see what you mean. He kind of goes out of his way. I think the better comparison, rather than going to the end episode, would be to the guy that he stabbed earlier. The guy that snuck up on him, that Ellie shot in the back.
Yeah, true, yeah.
Because he didn't have to kill him. The guy's just been shot. He's probably done anyway, because again, doctors are in short supply, especially if Kathleen keeps shooting them. So he's probably dead anyway, and at best, or at worst, I should say, the information that the guy's going to give up to Kathleen and her crew is there's a guy and a girl, and they've got, guns. It's not like he knows their names, I don't think. There's not really a huge amount he can tell them other than that there are two people, which, they could deduce anyway. That doesn't...
I feel that all of that would be entirely applicable to this one as well.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm making.
Yes.
Is that if you're going to kill one, it makes sense to kill the other. And I wouldn't have a problem with him doing both. Yeah. Because the implication here is that it's because it's an old man that... Because how does this go down in the game? I know it's different, but you'll know it better than I do.
I'd say it's a pretty kind of minor part. Not really worth touching upon, apart from the fact that I think they've just escaped from the sewer. Because it's almost like a game mechanic more than anything. It's just a load of random bandits
getting him to a sniper tower.
Sniper. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah.
So there is no old man. There's just video game bad guy number one.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Because I think the implication with this scene, particularly given the change from the game, is that he didn't want to execute an old man. And he ended up being forced to execute the old man because he tried to shoot him. This is after this old man has tried to kill him multiple times, and Ellie and Sam and Henry. which then doesn't fit with what happened in the wasn't the opening scene, but the scene I mean where he kills the kid, because that wasn't, if that was a guy like an adult man, of his age and maybe his physical prowess rather than being a kid, then one, that would sell the fact that he can overpower Joel a lot better than how the scene actually went down. And it would mean that maybe there isn't as much potential for sympathy from Joel, because Joel is going to look at this guy like, you motherfucker, you just jumped me, you're dead. Whereas the way the scene goes down is it's kind of almost presented as the fact that it's a kid. I say kid, he's like a young adult. He's like early 20s, I think, I would guess, but I'm not very good with ages. The fact that this guy is so young is almost like maybe we shouldn't do this, but then Joel does it because that's obviously what you would do. But then that doesn't fit with what we get here.
Yeah, exactly. The Brian kill is, when you put it like that, is more kind of egregious in that way, because surely I don't know, because I don't kill people, but when it comes to
neither do I, for the record.
Surely you'd be more willing to spare the young kid than the old man.
It potentially, I don't know. I mean, it depends on how you look at it. But like, what I was going for is the fact that a young, quote unquote, kid and an old man, they're not typically very threatening, at least not to Joel. The reason why they are is because the kid got the jump on Joel, and the old guy has a rifle and he's up in a tower. But like, one for one, when they're disarmed, they're not a threat. Not really. Like the kid more so, but yeah. So,
well, I mean, the kid's already been shot in the back. I think he does say he can't feel his legs as well.
Yeah,
he's not going anywhere.
At that point, he's absolutely not a threat. Like there's I guess two potential reasons why he killed him. One is to silence him so that he doesn't tell anyone anything, which is I can buy that, but not less so when we get this scene with the old man.
Yes.
And the other reason is because this little prick just jumped me, and now I'm angry. Which I think there's maybe something to read in there, but maybe less so with this version of Joel. So I think it potentially is a combination of both, but none of that fits with this scene with the old man with the sniper, I don't think.
Yeah, pretty much.
So that's all I've got until we get the radio. So shall I move on to that, or do you have anything else?
No, go for it.
All right. So he finds out that the old man was radioing Kathleen, who then arrives with her militia. So Joel's like, run, I think it is that he says. And then we see, run. Get off the street. Old people are driving. And then we see Kathleen and Perold are on their way. So Joel picks up the rifle and he's shooting at the armored vehicles that are on their way to Henry, Sam, and Ellie. And I'll say what happens again, and then we'll go through it one by one. So before Kathleen can kill Henry, a horde of infected emerge from underground, including a bloater that kills Perry and a child clicker that kills Kathleen. So that's how those characters end. Let's see how we get there. So interrupt me at any point, but the first note that I have on this is that the editing here is dodgy, and I don't know if I'll be able to show it without actually playing it, which obviously I can't do. But Ellie is right in front of Kathleen's convoy as they arrive, and then they stop the cars, and then they get out with all their guns. So here, I believe, right here, Ellie she's tripped over. She's right in front of the cars, and they all get out with their guns. And for some reason, Ellie is no longer there. She then is able to get behind a car. I say, yeah, she's right there on the floor in front of people with loads of guns. And then Henry comes out, grabs her.
That grabs her, yeah.
Yeah, comes out, grabs her, and they hide behind this car. No one sees that. No one responds to that. No one reacts to that. No one fires off a shot. They're all just standing there with their guns. And I thought, that was dodgy editing.
Yeah, maybe. I think you could maybe argue that because it's, Kathleen's confident enough to just monologue in the next kind of few minutes that they probably do see Ellie, but they're in no rush. They're almost overconfident that they've got him.
They were doing the, is it Dr. Evil, where he... No, No, Syndrome from The Incredibles, where he goes off monologuing.
Yes.
And, yeah,
Exactly, yeah.
yeah.
And I can just about forgive the first monologue, but the second one is unforgivable. But we'll get to that.
I don't really like the monologues, but yeah, the reason why I call it dodgy editing is because this shot right here comes immediately after this shot here, which means that this shot here, if you just keep the camera where it is and you rewind time, Ellie is on the floor right there, and there's all these guys here with guns, and they just don't do anything. So yeah, maybe they're just so confident that they're going to wait and let Kathleen do her evil villain speech, but I thought that was if you're going to do what they did, you edit the scene differently, was what I thought.
Well, I mean, Joel has just shot down the kind of driver of Mr. Plow.
That's true, actually. I didn't say Joel
they know there's
successfully shot one down, yeah.
Yeah, so you think they're probably not going to be particularly lenient with their guns. As in, like you were saying with Ellie being there, it's surprising that they don't shoot them.
Yeah. So this just popped into my head, and I don't know if this is for a reason. Does Kathleen think that the guy in the tower, which is Joel, does Kathleen think that that person is Henry? Or am I just talking out my ass? Because she doesn't...
I think... she sees Henry get Ellie.
Well, you would assume that she does, but she also doesn't seem to know where Henry is. Because
maybe she doesn't see it then.
Well, I mean, I think it's only reasonable to say that she doesn't see it, because she, like, forget Ellie, forget Sam, she wants Henry's head on a platter. If she knows where he is, she's immediately going to... Because here, they're just kind of... So they're... I think that's Perry.
No immediately.
Exactly. There's no urgency to her actions. She doesn't know where they are. She does her monologue. And I think at this point, Henry actually responds. But prior to that, they only seem to think that there's someone in the house, which is Joel.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say this whole scene is just really poor Hollywood writing.
Yeah, it reminded me of... It's not as bad as some of this, but it reminded me of Season 8 Game of Thrones.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. I did also read a small nitpick from when Joel does shoot Mr. Plow, that when he guns him down, he actually turns like to his left to hit that house that you've got up at the moment.
That house is where the truck crashed into, which is why it's on fire.
Yes, but I did hear that when someone is killed behind the wheel, you instantly go limp. There's no last minute turning into a house.
Well, yeah, I mean that's kind of like the fuel thing. Like, I feel like depending on how forgiving you feel, it's like maybe not. But yeah, when you get
if you're feeling forgiving, the rest of it has to be good.
Yeah, sure.
If
this was good, then I would call that a nitpick. Given that I think this whole scene is not good. I think that's, it's a death by 1,000 cuts type scenario, and if you miss out one of the cuts, then...
Although when we first watched it, because it felt like we'd been so starved of action.
Yeah.
We thought, yes, zombies, yes. And you almost ignore the kind of really horrible writing that goes on.
Yeah. Okay, so... Where are we? Kathleen tells Henry to come out because at this point she does not know where he is. And he then replies, which obviously gives away his position.
Mr. Bond.
Right. I expect you to die. And so at this point, Kathleen is now monologuing and Henry is replying, and she... where is that shot? Here. So there is just a car here that Henry is behind. There is no real ambiguity as to where he is. She knows exactly where he is as soon as he replies, which is why she's looking at the car. Like, that's where he is. And there is no urgency in her actions. Instead of immediately walking over to where his voice is and shooting him, she has a casual chat with him. I don't like this for two reasons. One, it's very cliched and Hollywoody evil villain monologue because that's what they do. But, like, if you disregard all of that and you just go with what we got in the show, Kathleen is characterized almost entirely by absolute single-minded ruthlessness in her quest to avenge her brother's death and kill Henry. So what I think would have been far more believable and what would have been far more, threatening, and it would have portrayed Kathleen as a force to be reckoned with, I guess, for lack of a better phrase, is she says, Henry, come out, you're screwed, we've got you surrounded, wherever you are. And then Henry goes, I'll come out, but you got to let you got to let Sam and I don't know if he mentions Ellie, but you got to let Sam and Ellie go. And then as soon as she realizes where the voice is coming from, she takes out her pistol and walks towards the car. Just immediately, like Terminator-esque. If she did that, I would have far less of a problem. And then, because they obviously have a certain direction that they want the scene to go in, which we will get to momentarily, we have a nice, convenient method of preventing Kathleen from actually being able to kill Henry too early.
It's the first. I mean,
because we have Joel in the tower.
It feels slightly harsh calling this a Deus Ex Machina, but it kind of is.
Which part specifically? Because there's a whole lot in there.
Yeah, she is about to shoot Henry, and then they all turn for a full I'd say 5 seconds and watch the truck kind of descend into the ground.
Yes, I hadn't got that yet. I thought you were referring to the fact that she didn't kill Henry when she had the opportunity to. Because,
I see. Okay.
Yeah, because at this point, Joel is still in the building with the sniper rifle, and he is not taking any shots. And the reason why he's not doing that is because there's a whole load of guys with rifles on him. Like, this guy here doesn't have his rifle pointed at the window, but we saw earlier that Perry did. So I think it's reasonable to assume that if Joel pokes his head out, he's probably done.
Oh, yes, I think it is established that they do know where Joel is.
Oh, yeah, they definitely know where Joel is, because that's where the radio was. And the radio guy...
No, I think they see him because obviously he shoots Mr. Plow, doesn't he? So
that's true,
they do know where he is.
Yeah, okay.
So there's not a lot Joel can do here.
Yeah. And, saying that actually, to double back on something that I said earlier, it wouldn't, I think, be reasonable for them to assume that Henry is the guy in the building with the gun, because the guy in the building with the gun seems to be, to some degree, competent at using a gun, which does not fit Henry at all, and they would know that Henry is no good at using guns. And the pretty much only thing that they know about Joel, who is, at this point, a mystery man, is that he's an effective killer.
Yes, he's taken out 3 of their people.
Exactly, yeah. Sense. So, yeah, if I suggested that maybe they thought Henry was the gunman, then I don't think that's reasonable. Okay, so let's skip forwards. Henry gives himself up. The 2 kiddos stay behind the car. And Henry basically says, like, you've got me, let the kids go.
Look how buddy you had to skip.
Yep.
And she's got his gun on him the whole time.
Yep. So she whips out her gun. And it looks like Henry's about to go, and then the vehicle has the geography of this changed. I need to go back. No, it hasn't. Never mind. I thought there was a editing mistake in there. Yeah. So the car that crashed into that house, underneath it, there's I guess it's the other end of the sinkhole, because there's a nice big old hole there. And
it just so happens, yes.
Yeah. So this, I'm going to play this for about a second. Yeah, so that right there, I really like that. It's got nothing to do with the right. You don't? Go on. Why not?
So, from what we've established about Infected, they need to see you to start going for you.
All right. Yep, you sold me.
All right. Yep. Fair enough. That was easy.
Oh wait, no. Hold on a tick. Because at the We're spoiling everything, so I won't spoil anything that's past the end of this episode. Sam is deaf. When Sam goes and becomes a zombie, the reason why he can't hear Ellie is because he is deaf. Like, his ears don't work. So my presumption there was that the reason why zombie Sam was deaf is because actual Sam is deaf. Or is it established elsewhere that when you become a zombie, you also become deaf? Is that a thing? Because I know clickers can't see, and they go entirely by sound. We've already had that. And some of these are clickers, in which case I can totally buy that. But if any of them are like normal zombies, is that something that's in the show? The fact that they need to be able to hear you or see you even?
Well, I think it's established in the show, yeah.
Do you remember when? Because I'm trying to remember. Because the only reference I can think of is the Sam thing.
What, the infected need to see you to go for you?
Yeah, because again, in this horde of infected, some of them are clickers, definitely, because we learn that later. And they hear noises outside of the hole, so they run out of the hole. Like, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, at this point, no one's really making any noises.
There's still noise outside of the hole. There's people talking. Like, given how sensitive their hearing is, I don't think I have an issue with that. Unless the normal infected do actually need to be able to see you.
I mean, because I wouldn't go as far to say I hated it, but the fact that they all come, storming out, I found it, a little bit inconsistent with what we've seen in the series. Like, if we take episode 1, for example, where Joel is carrying Sarah away, and one of them pops his head up and kind of has a look at Joel, kind of decides, okay, I'll eat him, and then starts to chase after him. This is just full throttle. They're sprinting straight at you.
So, counterpoint for that potentially is that these are now they're in rampage mode because they have been trapped underground by Fedra for however long.
I feel like that's quite a reach.
Well, we know that is the case. Whether that would cause this to happen is it's up in the air. It's a different question.
I don't think Infected have rampage mode, unless you're just literally talking like, oh, they see someone, so they're going to chase them, try and bite them.
I suppose,
That's rampage mode.
I think I see what you're saying. I don't think I have as much of a problem with it because I don't think that it's sacrificing much in the name of visual presentation, but I think agree that it's conceding something. Because
again, it's just like you said about the previous point. If this scene had fewer problems, I'd have fewer problems with this.
Yeah, it's very effective when you watch it because you have like this couple of seconds of silence, and then the storm just fucking hits you like a freight train, and that's very effective, provided that it makes sense. And I think it could make sense. Whether it does actually make sense enough with the world that we get, I don't know.
It feels like
their behavior
very, very similar to the hard home scene in Game of Thrones.
Yes,
and you know where the gates go quiet, and then suddenly they all come out of the mist.
Yes,
and you see it through the hole in the gate. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, hard home was fantastic. Okay, so where are we? So the zombies. The other part of this is that I'm going to play this for about another second. So the hordes just come out, and they just keep on coming, and everyone now is unloading on them. I think Joel actually pokes his head out and starts popping them as well, because there are people in there that he doesn't want to die. So convenience element is that the zombies arrive just in time to save Henry. Obviously that could happen, but it's like he's literally about not even 5 seconds away from being shot, and then it's like suddenly zombies. So, you've got the luck factor of the car just so happened to crash into the wrong place where the tunnel was, just as Henry was about to be shot. It's conveniences stacked on conveniences. And the other bit that I've got for this is that this scene reminded me of Season 8, Episode 3 of Game of Thrones, The Long Night. I think this scene is probably better than The Long Night. And I'm probably just going superficially with the horde of rampaging zombies. Because, it's the only other example I can think of a horde like this, that is just this violent and hyped. I guess coked up might be the word to use. So, Ellie, Sam, and Henry are all hiding behind the car because they're fucking scared, which means that when that happened, when the zombies burst out of the hole, Henry chose to, but was also able to run back and get behind the car without being followed, because his priority is to protect Sam. And I really like that. The question is, given where he was standing, he was wide out in the open, would he be followed? And I
think they're all far too distracted.
I guess, if they've got, because they're not going to understand what a gun is, so if they've got a closer target, even if that target is shooting at them, then I can maybe buy that they don't follow him. So then they start running, and there are clickers, and Joel is helping.
Yes, going on from your Inglourious Basterds theme, Joel goes full Frederick Zoller.
He certainly does.
Zombies.
How many does he kill on the first day and the second day? I can't remember the numbers.
No, lots.
Yes, lots. To quote Simon Pegg.
Indeed.
Right, so they're mowing them down. I don't think we see at this point, but Henry and Sam are hiding under the car, and there are clickers kind of grabbing at them, but not actually properly grabbing at them. Ellie gets in the back of a different car, and Perry gets bloated. Do we have any thoughts on the bloater?
Oh, I do want to correct myself from the last podcast. I believe I said there were two bloaters in the game, whereas I did a count in my head, and I think there's about five.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
There are quite a few in the game, yeah. Again, it's just a kind of, I suppose, a little bit of fan service. You didn't have to have the bloater here. I don't think it makes much difference other than, oh fuck, kind of moment.
Yeah, it's a centerpiece. It's a showstopper.
Exactly, yeah. So I don't have major thoughts on it either way. It's quite cool to see one, and I do like the fact that because the death animation that Joel has in the game, if you get captured or just like held by a bloater, is essentially the bloater will grab your upper and lower jaw and just rip your face in half, and that's what happens to Perry.
Yeah.
That's where listening to Kathleen gets you, really.
Yeah. So the comments I have on the bloater is, again, when I am moving these images, it's skipping forward in VLC by like 5 seconds at a time. So this tells you how little time the bloater spends on screen. So we got bloater there, we got carnage happening, bloater there, Perry having a chat with Kathleen saying, "Go save yourself," and then
I hated that so much.
I like that. We'll get to that in a sec. And then Perry gets,
he spends far too long doing it. Sorry, carry on.
Okay, maybe. And then Perry gets cleft in twain by the bloater, and then we're done. So I don't mind that the bloater is there. I would like it. I just felt like it was wasted. The amount of effort they went through to like make that suit and all the rest of it and actually recreate this enemy from the game. It's on screen for, I want to say, literally 10 seconds, and it kills a side character. Like,
yeah, you could definitely see more of it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying, they have this other hero infected, which is the child clicker, which was creepy, and it was pretty unique and unlike anything else we've seen. But
sorry, just on the child clicker, because at least I took it as maybe that was one of the kids from the sewer, where it said Danny and Ish are our protectors. Which I thought was a cool little link.
Maybe, possibly. I mean, I didn't make that link, but like, had they discovered that clicker in the sewer, maybe by the school, then that inference is maybe more obvious. But then,
well, at least that's the way I took it anyway, because obviously there's child clickers underground.
Yeah, that absolutely could be the case. So anyway, we can't really see the child clicker, but it climbs into the car, and Ellie then climbs out because obviously she don't want to be in a car with no clicker. Henry and Sam are being sort of groped by two clickers, like adult clickers. Ellie is able to approach them and single-handedly defeat two of them. She just jumps on them and stabs them in the neck, and they're done. Which
I think didn't she just kill one?
No, she kills two because there are two there.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So clickers seem to have been depowered, like firstly from the game, but also from episode 2. Because I can't even remember how many bullets it took to kill them. And yes, I know that Ellie did stab it in the neck. Like, that's not even really the neck, it's kind of the shoulder. But if we accept that, like, okay, she knows exactly where to stab them, the fact that she was able to get the jump on two of them when these are clickers, I kind of had a hard time buying that.
Fair enough.
Because it devalues clickers and it makes them definitely less threatening than they were in the game. She then rescues Henry and Sam with a bit of help from Joel, who is providing covering fire. And then we got to finish this.
Oh, here we go.
Well, before we get onto this, let me go back to the Perry thing. So,
part 2.
Yes, I liked that Perry, because we don't really get much of the Perry character, but I liked that he was so dedicated to Kathleen in his actions that he sacrifices himself to save her. I don't like what Kathleen does with that sacrifice, because Perry's sacrifice ends up meaning nothing. But broadly speaking, I think I like Perry as a character, and I definitely like Perry as a character more than I like Kathleen. Like, the question marks surrounding Perry are all related peripherally to Kathleen. Like, why are you following this person, kind of thing. And more specifically, why are you following this person when you're like, should we deal with the hole? And she's like, nah, forget the hole. We'll do this my way. And then he's like, what are we going to do with the prisoners? Are we actually going to give them a trial? And she's like, nah, we just, kill them. And he does it. And his response is basically, yes, my lord. Like, he just does what he's told. Apart from here, where he actually, grows a spine, I guess, if we're going to be brutal with our language.
He doesn't.
Well, I mean, he does. He doesn't. I mean, maybe he knows what a bloater is, maybe he doesn't. But either way, his objective is for Kathleen to survive. He, at that point, does not care if he dies. And I like those kinds of moments, and I like that came from this character because it gives us something in his. He doesn't redeem himself because he is obviously not a particularly good person because he's following Kathleen, but it means that we actually get some kind of personality from him, even if only in the way that he dies. So that's why I liked it. Like, logistically, him taking that amount of time to be like, Kathleen, go, I'll hold them off, or whatever. Did he have enough time to do that? Maybe, maybe not. I can't remember. That might be a criticism to make, but in terms of like what's written down on the script, what happens, I like it.
Yeah, no, fair. I don't have a major problem with it. It's just he spends a bit too long telling her to go, and yeah, his like I said about having serious doubts about him, his method of holding them off doesn't go down very well. He fires off a few shots at the bloater and then gets ripped apart. And I'm pretty sure Kathleen kind of stands there watching for half of it.
Yeah, she doesn't. I don't like what she does with that sacrifice, which is what we're about to see. But also, he doesn't. The bloater it rips him in half in about 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you wouldn't see this, but I would have preferred him to push Kathleen in front of himself, save himself.
Oh, that could have been funny. That would have been a subversion.
Oh, it would have been great.
Because then it would have maybe contextualized all the amusing glances that he gives throughout the whole episode.
Yes,
where it's like,
exactly. You've been like, no, you're fucking useless. You're having it.
I've always wanted to tell you this, but I hate you. Okay, so now we're on the second evil villain bit. So Kathleen finds Henry amongst all the carnage because we've had all of this going on, and we haven't seen Kathleen, and she's here now. So she's managed. Yeah, she's managed. Of course, she is, because narratively, this I guess makes sense. But you've got a horde of zombies, and she's just here because of course she is. She has to be for the story to come full circle. So instead of shooting him, if fucking immediately, she gives a evil villain speech for the second time. We see, yeah, here, that's quite good. So there on that little rock, that's the child clicker that I guess followed Ellie.
Of course it is.
For some reason. Ellie sees that it's there. I think they all see that it's there, and they don't tell Kathleen that it's behind them. They just wait for it to jump on her, and it kills her. So this, well, see, I wrote here that this was a fitting end, but I wish that it was handled differently. Well, I mean, you tell me what you think, and I'll see if I can push back on it, because I no doubt you dislike this more than I do.
I don't know. I'd expect you to dislike it as much as I do. In the way that what I like about The Last of Us is that generally, very rarely anyone gets a happy ending because that's realistic and that's the world you're living in.
Yeah.
And so, if Kathleen had caught up to Henry at this point, just kill him.
Yeah.
Like, there's no problem with that in this world. That's fine. Because obviously you turn out that Sam got bitten anyway. You could still have that scene if you really wanted to, but Henry has to die here.
You could then actually,
that's where you want to go.
Yeah, you could actually play the scene. The problem, it would completely change the final scene, but it wouldn't necessarily be worse because you would then have Joel be forced to execute a child.
Yeah, exactly. You really could have done it differently, but again, it's a theme with this series where I feel like they've almost hamstrung themselves by having to have these iconic scenes from the game.
Yeah. Yeah, so, like, I mean, I say the reason why I think it's a fitting end is because just as an abstract idea floating around in the air before it's committed to paper or film, the idea of Kathleen, the villain, being so hell-bent on killing Henry, Perry sacrifices himself so that she can escape, and instead of doing that, because Perry doesn't sacrifice himself so that she can kill Henry. Perry sacrifices himself so that she can escape and stay alive and continue to be the quote-unquote good leader that we're so frequently told that she is.
Are we?
She then, well, I think we're told that. I don't think we see that. So instead of doing that, she then hunts down Henry somehow. I'm not sure I can believe that that could have happened, but maybe. And she then gets killed because she was unwilling to let go of her desire for revenge. And the way that she gets killed is that there was one particular clicker that decided to follow them, even though it had easier targets elsewhere, and even though clickers hunt by sound, and there's a lot louder things nearby. So that's what I mean when I say I think fitting end could have been or should have been handled potentially
that
completely
didn't occur
differently.
to me, actually. But that in which case that makes even less sense.
What, the fact that the clicker shouldn't have followed her?
Yes.
Okay. Because is it, I can't remember for the show, but is it actually established that clickers only hunt by sound? Or is it movement? Is it smell? Or is it literally if you're not making a sound, you're invisible kind of thing?
Well, they've actually I'm pretty sure they've avoided the term echolocation in the series because
yes, they have.
They use that term in the game, and it's just not true. So yeah, it's more like they have particularly sensitive hearing because they can't see.
Okay, so they definitely can't see. I'm going to assume that they can't smell, which means that if you're in a room with one and you don't make any noises, then as long as you don't walk into it, theoretically you're fine.
I don't know. I mean, you don't see anyone fart around a clicker.
I might shit myself around a clicker, honestly, but
just to try it.
Yeah, just to try it. Okay. The only other note that I have on this, I think, is what we just said. The child clicker that kills her was able to hear her over everything, or do they use echolocation, compare the show to the game? So yeah, I mean, we've just covered that. So do we have anything else to say about all of this? Because if not, then it's time to move on.
Not really. No, just that in hindsight, it's not good at all.
Yeah, like I feel like the building blocks are there, like the core narrative points that they wanted to happen. So Kathleen's confrontation with Henry, Joel being separated from everyone else, Perry sacrificing himself for Kathleen, and Kathleen meeting her sticky end. In isolation, that could absolutely work, and that could absolutely be facilitated by suddenly zombies. But the way they did it, I don't think worked very well at all.
Yeah, I think that this is the critical mass moment. This is what we've been building to.
Yes.
In the episode.
This is when the shit hits the fan. It's not even the episode, it's the season. Because the only other time prior to this that you have anything on this scale of like visual I'm trying to speak too quickly. The only other time where you have anything on this scale of like epic visual bombastic action type material is the intro scene. Well, it's not the intro scene. It's the car chase scene, the escape, where Ellie's sat in Sarah's sat in the back, and you got the airplanes crashing, and then they get chased by the zombies. And that isn't on this scale. And obviously, the tone of that scene is totally different to this. So,
yeah. So I feel like this scene it's such a fucking just like flaccid cock of a scene in terms of watching it back, like because the first time you watch it, like I say, you've been completely starved of action, and especially the game players will think, or maybe actually people who haven't played the game will be even more kind of overawed by the bloater and all the action that's going on. And then when you watch it back, that's when it really kind of hits home, which is why I think people won't really, or if you rewatch it having loved it the first time, you think, that wasn't quite as good.
Yeah, I feel like this scene, like more than maybe any other scene in the show so far, is supposed to be cathartic, because it's like, it's not a case necessarily of finally something is happening, because stuff has happened. It's just primarily it's been character based, which isn't a problem as long as it's good. Whereas this scene came across to me, I'm not going to directly compare it to World War Z, but it came off like, big budget Hollywood blockbuster zombie movie number 3, where it's you have the action scene where everything is tied together nicely.
They've basically just hired in Roland Emmerich for this scene.
Well, I'm not sure I would want to see a Roland Emmerich zombie film, but then at the same time, having seen...
But if you did, it would look like that.
No. If Roland Emmerich did a zombie film, it would involve the moon falling.
On the zombies.
On the zombies. It would end with the moon. The moon is it's here now. we need to watch Moonfall. I need to show you Moonfall, and then we need to talk about it.
God, no, please don't.
Yes,
no.
yes, it'll be funny. Okay, so the end of this episode. So after the group escapes to the motel, Sam shows Ellie. Well, actually, let's do this piece by piece. So we cut from that to this, which means that we have to accept that Henry, Sam, Joel, and Ellie managed to escape despite having only, despite only having 1/2 guns. That they're just out now. No one follows them. The child clicker doesn't just be like, "Hey, wait, you're moving too. I'll follow you."
No more bloater.
Yeah, no, well, the bloater's there. It's going the other way. So, like, could this happen? Sure, but the fact that it cuts away means that they're escaping the fact that maybe you might want to do a better job of explaining how this happened. They don't.
True, it would have been nice to see.
Yeah, they don't use any. The reason why they did it is because narratively the scene is done when Kathleen is killed, and then it's like, right, we're done. We're moving on to the next one. So, and then they escape. It would have been jarring, probably, to then show them like sneaking through the shadows and ducking in and out of cars and buildings and all the rest of it, because that, in terms of like a flow of tension and like setup and payoff, that I don't think that would work anywhere near as well, because it would feel like the scene is being elongated after you've already had the payoff, which is Kathleen being killed. But it's a difficult thing to juggle. It would require that you restructure the whole scene. But yeah, I found it jarring that suddenly they're out. Like, okay, if you say so.
To be fair, I found it a nice change of pace. I suppose it's very much. I know what you mean. It would have been nice to see exactly how they made their escape, but it's a nice kind of quiet scene afterwards, I suppose.
Yeah, which maybe does, maybe doesn't fit with what we just had. I'm not really sure what my thoughts on that are. So I don't know if you picked up on this, but Joel does not check anyone for bites. Is this a problem? Because Joel is extremely cautious. So obviously it is revealed that Sam has been bitten on the leg, and Sam shows Ellie momentarily. However, Joel has just rescued all three of them from a zombie outbreak. He's an extremely cautious person. He doesn't take risks, which is another way of saying, yeah, the same thing. And he just doesn't check them. Is that a problem? Because I think you could definitely argue, yes, Joel should have checked them, but the reason why he didn't is because then you can't have the payoff.
That didn't occur to me, but what I will say is that I think they've been through, well, at least one. They had one encounter with clickers at the museum, and Joel didn't check after that either. So I think it would be harsh to say that that's a problem.
No. Well, okay. No, I've got a counterpoint to that. So, yeah, with the clicker scene in episode 2, Ellie reveals immediately that she has actually been bitten. But it ends up obviously not mattering because Ellie is immune. So Joel doesn't have to check her because it doesn't mean anything. And he knows Tess. He trusts Tess. He's been working with her for however long. And, I mean, afterwards, Tess does eventually reveal that, yeah, she actually was totally bitten. But I think it's reasonable to assume that Joel would trust Tess. He does not have the same level of trust for Henry, Sam, or Ellie at this point. I think it is far more reasonable to expect him to check any of them than for him to be like, right, Tess, show me that you weren't bitten. Whereas him saying that to Henry, it's not even that I could buy it. I would expect it.
I mean, I see where you're coming from, but the fact that we haven't seen it before, I feel like it's slightly harsh. That's just my opinion.
All right, fair enough. So at this point, I've got it written here. Maybe I wrote this in the wrong place. Joel invites Henry to come with them. And we've already touched on this. I liked this because Henry has at this point proven himself to Joel. He's proven that he's not only useful, but he's also honorable, I guess would be the word. He can be trusted to do the right thing, I guess, unless Joel is standing in the way of Sam getting his medication, I guess. But yeah, yeah. So they've bonded enough for him to actually take him with him, which I quite liked. So anything to say on their conversation? Because then we get to Sam and Ellie.
No, I think this scene's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, the really interesting one is the next one with Ellie and Sam.
Okay, so what happens in this scene is they're again bonding over like comic books. He asks her through his little etchy sketch thing, "Are you ever scared?" Did you write down what he actually says? Because I don't know if I'll be able to bring it up on here, but I know that at one point he says, "Are you scared of the monster that's in you, or something?" Or if you become a monster, are you still you? He says something like that, something rather ominous.
Yeah, so I can't remember, but it's basically almost word for word the conversation they have out loud in the game, but
Yes.
instead it's written down here.
Yeah.
And yeah, he asks, what if the person, basically the zombie, the person is still there, trapped inside with no control of their body.
Yeah. So here, Ellie's response to "Are you scared?" is "I'm scared of ending up alone," which maybe tells us a little bit about her, and it's again informed when we see episode 7.
Yeah, I feel like because this is probably one of, if not my favourite scene from the game, and like I say, it's word for word, and it's a lot stronger from Sam's side, and it's slightly weaker from Ellie's side because she doesn't say a lot of it out loud, but it's still nice and quite a touching scene.
Okay. Yeah, I forgetting how it is in the game because I can't remember. I do like the fact that they're communicating slowly and deliberately through this etch-a-sketch type thing. Because yeah, it's an interesting way to deliver the information to the audience rather than having them using sign language and doing it with subtitles. Because again, like Ellie, we can I think assume doesn't know sign language. If you turn into a monster, is it still you inside? Is what he says. And then he reveals, shortly after that, he reveals that he was nibbled on the leg by one of the clickers. Ellie immediately kind of looks at the door like, oh, fuck, because if Joel sees this, Sam is getting a bullet.
Well, I feel like it's more that Ellie feels like she has to tell them. But I don't think it's a look of fear as if, oh shit, what if they find out? Ellie knows she has a kind of responsibility to tell them.
Well, also, it could be that she just doesn't know what to do, so...
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's 3 different ways that you could read this scene. But yeah, I think you're probably right there. Her reaction is probably immediately like, fuck, okay, I need to tell an adult.
Yes.
But then she decides to try something. She reveals that she has also been bitten, but that she's totally fine. Because obviously she is immune. And the reason she does this, I don't know if she writes this down, but the reason she appears to do this is to maybe theoretically lie to Sam in order to try and make him think that it's going to be okay when it's obviously not.
I didn't take it as a lie.
Well, it's not necessary because what she then does is she cuts her hand and puts some of her immune blood on his wound. So she seems to be like trying to actually fix him and make everything be okay. But
yeah, I feel like she genuinely thinks it might work.
I mean, it might, but like if it doesn't,
exactly,
if it doesn't, because Ellie has no context for whether it will, and if it doesn't, then at the very least she's made him happy for his last evening, I guess, or as happy
even
as
then,
he
at
can
least
be.
maybe giving him some hope.
Well, yeah, exactly. She's given him some hope so that even if he does become a zombie, which obviously ends up happening, he's not shit scared, or he's not as shit scared because he has just seen Ellie, who's totally fine, with multiple like bite wounds on her arm.
Yeah. And this part isn't in the game. The conversation I had previous is,
yeah,
but this bit isn't. And I feel like this only works because he's significantly younger than Ellie. Whereas if you add it in the game, that because Sam doesn't reveal to Ellie that he's been bitten either in the game.
Yeah, it's a jump. Is it a jump scare when she wakes up and she gets attacked? I think, or
no. So I think she slept in a separate room to him, and they say, "Oh, go and wake him up." I think that actually happens in the series as well. No, sorry, no. She wakes up and he's still there in the bed, doesn't she?
Yes, that's what happens in the series. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So skipping forward, she basically, he says to her, "Stay awake with me," and she, well, I can't.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, she agrees to do it. They hug. And then we cut to the following morning. So Ellie tried to stay awake, but she failed. However, she isn't dead, which might imply that everything's going to be okay. And Sam is sitting there looking the other way.
I have read a theory about this. I don't know if you've heard the same thing.
Go on.
Where Sam faces the other way because he is deaf and thinks, but obviously he's. Let's say that Sam thinks he's going to turn. He knows he's deaf, so he won't hear Ellie. So he won't try and infect her until he sees her.
There's holes in that, but that is an interesting suggestion because Sam is a kid. He's not going to maybe react as he might as an adult. So maybe he'd be like, this is the best I can do if he is cognizant of all that information. Because if he actually thinks that he's going to turn, he might, lock himself in a cupboard or just leave. Because facing the other way, like unless it's a childish way to view it, but then again, he's a child, so I could maybe buy that he did think that looking the other way might mean that Ellie's okay. But then obviously Ellie approaches him as soon as he sees anyone when he's a zombie. That person is getting jumped on.
I feel like unless he's kind of just looking out the window, why would he be facing the other way? So I almost let myself believe that theory because I quite like it.
I can believe that, yeah, definitely. So, I think the reveal of Sam is fantastic. And this is the payoff that I was talking about earlier when I said the fact that they changed him and made him deaf. I was kind of like, why? Because all it's really facilitated until this point is them communicating through the Etch-a-Sketch. That's all that it has really changed. And that on its own, I didn't think was a strong enough reason to make him be deaf. This, I think, is.
So why? What's the difference?
Because the fact that he is deaf means that you get what we see on screen. Ellie approaches him, and it is a question mark, but then we have the sense of dread of like, oh, fuck, he has absolutely turned, and then you realize, oh, fuck, he's deaf, that's why he can't. And then as soon as she approaches him, and as soon as out of the corner of his little zombie eyes, he sees her, it's game time and it's zombie time.
Okay, fair enough.
So I really like that reveal. I think that is a lot better than if he wasn't deaf and they're sleeping in the same room and Ellie is awoken by rah, which is where he just jumps on her because obviously he's a zombie. That would be the cookie cutter, uncreative way to do it. Whereas this, they obviously put a little bit of thought into it, and maybe they decided to make the character deaf purely to do the scene like this. Like I said, if that is the case, I think that is a strong enough justification.
Okay, fair enough.
So then they kind of Sam doesn't actually bite. He's unsuccessful in his attempts to bite Ellie, and they crash through the door into the other room where Joel and Henry were sleeping. And they wrestle for the gun because they believe Joel immediately realizes what's happened and he goes for his gun. Henry gets to it first, and Henry's first priority is not to save Ellie, it's to stop Joel killing Sam. Which makes sense, but yeah, it's worth highlighting. And then, this happens very quickly. I can't really play it, but then Joel is standing there, like he's got a gun on him, he can't do anything to save Ellie. And Ellie is there on the floor screaming because she's got a zombie on her. And then Henry just kind of whips round and just instinctively, bang, shoots Sam in the head, and he's done. And then this is his reaction upon realizing what he has just done. And Joel is still in shock. Again, maybe he's potentially blaming himself for the fact that maybe, oh God, if only I checked, then Henry wouldn't have had to shoot his brother. Kind of similarly to what happened.
Had to get that in there.
Well, do you agree?
No.
No? Okay. Well, okay, had he checked, I'm suggesting that maybe there was some degree of guilt there because of the parallel between Henry being someone who doesn't
guilt from Joel?
Theoretically.
Okay.
Because Joel...
Yeah, no, I don't believe that, but okay.
Okay, so because Joel's whole thing, one of his whole things, part of his thing, is guilt, that he was unable to keep his daughter safe. He was unable to protect her. He also feels guilty, as we already know, because of his own deficiencies, meaning that Ellie was forced to use lethal force on someone. And now the same exact thing has happened again. This time with Henry, who has just been forced to shoot his brother. And had Joel been a little bit more on the ball, that wouldn't have happened. So, like, this isn't... Maybe I'm reading too far into this because this isn't in the show, but I think that given Joel's reaction here, you could absolutely take that reading from it.
I don't think Joel has shown any kind of affinity towards Sam. I feel like it'd be a bit of a stretch to say that.
True, but Joel knows that Sam is Henry's brother, and he knows that Henry doesn't use guns.
Again, I feel like he has not got particularly strong feelings towards Henry. It's more of a partnership convenience almost. Yeah, you can come along if you want. You seem like okay guys. But if they said no, he wouldn't have strong feelings either way.
Okay, maybe. So then what happens here is Henry is like, what have I done? What have I done? And he points the gun at Joel because Joel's approaching him saying, give me the gun, because he maybe knows what's about to happen. And Henry looks at his brother's corpse, and he then shoots himself in the head. And that is Ellie's response to watching Henry and Sam die in the space of about 30 seconds. I'll just keep going to the end, and then we can talk about that. You want to talk about that before we do the ending?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay, go on, have at it.
Well, mainly because like I say, it's one of my favourite scenes from the game, and it's another example. I think I touched on it. I can't remember the example from the last podcast we did, but where the show closes off the open-ended kind of like sequences that the game presents, and the fact that Henry...
It gives you a definitive answer, you mean?
Yes, exactly. He points his gun at Joel, which I like because it's to stop Joel taking the gun.
Yeah.
Because it's almost like Joel knows what he's about to do. Henry probably subconsciously knows what he's going to do as well. So that's really cool.
Yeah.
And in the game, Henry's pointing the gun at Joel, and he says, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. And then he shoots himself, and it almost leaves it an open-ended. It's like, was he talking to Joel or was he talking to himself? You have to assume he was probably talking to himself, because how could he blame Joel for that?
Well, unless Joel didn't check the bite.
God damn it.
Okay, yeah, no, I see what you mean.
So, whereas in the show, Henry's just saying like, oh, what have I done? And then it didn't hit me as hard, because I remember talking about when Sarah dies in the first episode.
Yep.
That makes me cry. But holy shit, mate, this makes me fucking cry in the game, like big style. And it didn't hit me the same.
Yeah, this in the game I remember being a big moment in terms of like hitting you emotionally. I don't think it hit me as much as the Sarah one, but this is definitely up there.
It hits me harder because, like I say, especially in the game, he is a younger version of Joel, but without the kind of traumatic past and the PTSD. None of this snitch business is mentioned with Henry, so he's quite a happy-go-lucky dude.
Yeah.
And it's just, something really terrible happens to him, and he shoots himself, and it's just fucking tragic.
It's more tragic.
Clearly a very troubled individual. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it didn't hit as hard, because I didn't really like Henry as much as I'd like the character in the game.
Yeah, I can see that, and like, to, I guess, conclude on what you were explaining just now, the way this scene is depicted in the show, there is one way to read it, whereas from what you described from the game, which I barely remember, there are multiple ways to read it. It's up to you to work it out.
That. Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah. Whereas in this, you know, they're telling you this is what happened, and if you like it, great. If you don't, then, well, jog on. But
exactly, yeah,
there's no ambiguity to it, and I definitely see where you're coming from with that. Shall I? Because I've got a handful of other things to say about the episode, but shall I quickly do the ending?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So Henry has now shot himself. This is, we can assume, following day or later that morning. They dig a diggy hole, and they bury Henry and Sam. And Ellie puts on the Etch-a-Sketch. Is it going to be on screen? It is. There we go. She writes, "I'm sorry" on the Etch-a-Sketch because I don't think that she feels guilty because it was a shot in the dark.
I think she does.
You think?
Yeah, I think so.
Because the reason why she's sorry is because she tried to fix him with her magic blood, and it just didn't work. But the reason why I'm thinking it isn't necessarily guilt, in the same way that maybe I would argue it with Joel, is that she didn't know that that was going to work. She didn't actually fail, whereas you could argue that Joel did.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think from what you said, I think she feels guilty, but not for any kind of. There's no rationality to it. I think it's almost in that kind of teenagery way where she feels bad about it.
Yeah.
Because she was almost helpless. Like maybe if she thinks, oh, if I was a bit more experienced or a bit older, I would have known what to do, but she didn't.
Yeah, I can see what you mean there. I can definitely accept that Ellie feels guilty.
Yes.
Whether she should feel guilty is a different question, but yeah, that definitely. So then, yeah, Joel has a little look. He takes, is this Henry's jacket or Henry's bag? I forget which, but he slowly accumulates people's stuff.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. Again, I don't know if this is from the game, but like he has like Bill's jacket and Henry's bag or something. I can't remember.
Oh, I didn't notice. No good spot.
Yeah, but again, I can't remember if that's literally just lifted from the game or if that's something that is just up to you to kind of notice when you watch the show. And then yeah, this is the final shot of the episode, and that's the end. So
yeah, mate. I'll ask. How do you feel about them kind of burying the bodies?
I don't think I have any comments on it. I mean, apart from the obvious, like they wanted to give them some kind of a peaceful death by burying them. They didn't want them to be found. They wanted to show an amount of respect to them.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair enough. I thought you might have some comments on, because you could obviously argue it's a bit of a waste of time, as callous as that might sound.
Oh, sure, but like I don't. Again, game Joel, different question. But like these two characters, Ellie and Joel, in this show, I can totally believe that they would take half an hour to dig a hole and bury their, admittedly recent but friends.
No, fair enough.
I can totally buy that. I don't have an issue with that at all. Especially as well because we had the earlier scene of Joel saying, "You can come with us." Like that happened in like the previous day, 10 hours earlier or whatever it was, and now they're both dead. So yeah, I can totally buy that. So the last notes that I have on this episode is I think the zombie horde sequence could have been done a lot better, but we've already discussed that. We don't get a huge amount of a reaction from Joel or Ellie after Henry and Sam die. Is this because we cut forward in time? And I think that I'm probably jumping forward to episode 6 here. But is this because we cut forward in time between now and episode 6? Or is this because they're just kind of blanked by this kind of thing happening and they just deal with it internally? Because they never discuss it. Like they discuss Tess, and eventually there are mentions of Sarah, but Henry and Sam don't seem to actually have left any kind of mark, any kind of obvious mark. It's all internal.
Well, I think when you talk about Tess, it was only really Ellie that forced the issue. Joel's never going to bring it up himself. And I think Ellie's she's just clearly quite traumatized by what's gone on, especially when you consider that you saw Riley die around about kind of, what are we on, about 3-4 weeks ago now? So it was quite recent.
Yep.
So I think she's quite traumatized as well by this point. So neither of them are really going to talk about it, I think.
Yeah, I can buy that they wouldn't. I just maybe there's a scene in there that could have been good. Is all I'm saying potentially.
Maybe after the death of Tesh, they've almost both kind of accepted like this is just how it is. Just people die.
Yeah,
that's that really.
I thought that they fleshed out Henry a lot by adding the Kathleen subplot, although I know how you feel about that, and I don't necessarily think that it was all good, but I think that a lot of it was useful in terms of explaining the character, given what we get in the show. He wasn't just... Well, obviously in the game he's an NPC, but like in this episode, he is a character that exists for a purpose, and that purpose is a little bit different to what it is in the game. So I am glad that they did actually flesh out the character that they gave us in the show. And I think that thematically... This episode is the strongest, but so far at least. But I think it falls short in terms of what we literally see happen. So, like in terms of ideas of character interactions and all the rest of it, and again the various themes that we see of like Ellie failing to save Sam, and the various guilts that everyone may or may not be feeling, plus the whole vengeance thing of Kathleen and Perry's heroic sacrifice, all of that, I think it has the potential, or had the potential, to be really, really, really good. But the problem with it is the execution rather than the ideas. That's kind of my conclusion on episode 5.
I would agree with a lot of that, yeah. And I think that this should have been the highlight of the series, and I feel like it was actually the weakest part of the series for me.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that these 2 episodes, having gone through them now, are towards the bottom for me.
Did you not think that in the beginning?
No. I thought episode 4 was towards the bottom. I thought episode 5 was one of the best at the time, because but again, I didn't like the way it ended. Or I liked the Henry Sam bit, but I didn't like the zombie horde bit when I first saw it. But even given that, I still probably ranked it as my favorite episode out of the 5 that we have had so far at this point.
Really? Jesus, okay.
Probably. Now, no, but yeah.
So, I mean, did you say you wanted to rank the episodes?
Yes, so I need to go and take a toilet break and acquire some more alcohol. And
good idea.
Yeah, then we'll pick this back up very soon because of the magic of editing. Don't go anywhere. Hey guys, right, we're back after pausing because of the magic of video editing. Anyway, now we're on episode 6. So yeah, we are going to, or I would like to, at the end, rank the episodes. So let's let's do that now. What do we think? And then we'll do episodes 6, 7, 8, and 9 once we finish the whole series. We'll add them in as we go. Which of the first 5 is your favorite?
Ooh.
Because I'm gonna write this down. Probably 1?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, give me a sec, because I am gonna write this down. Okay.
What about you?
Well, yeah, for me, it's probably, at this point in time, it's probably number 3. Because, yeah, I really, really like that episode. I think it's probably the most emotionally effective episode of the show. And what problems there are with it are minor. So
that is a sad point, though, that the fact that obviously this was a almost complete NPC backstory.
Yes,
that is the most emotional point of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, again, I already discussed it in the previous video. I don't think it's a particularly good episode of The Last of Us. I think it's a fantastic episode of, an hour of entertainment or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, what do you think is the worst? And then we can fill in the gaps.
Ooh, yeah, it's got to be number 5.
Number 5. I'm thinking, because 1 was the intro, 2 was the one that ended with Tess, 3 is the gay one, 4 is the prequel to the sequel, and then 5 is the sequel.
We all know sequels just aren't as good.
See, I want to say 4, but then because 5 I think is more entertaining than 4. But 5 definitely has more problems than 4, so I'm going to agree with you, and I'm going to put number 5 last.
Okay.
Okay, what do you think is the second best?
Episode 3.
Okay, good. Another fan of the gay. Excellent.
Oh,
God, you're bending it.
Mickey Griffin.
So my second favorite is, or the second best, because I'm going to try and conflate them. I would probably put episode 1. Actually, yeah, definitely. It's definitely episode 1. 3 and 1 so far are the best 2 episodes, I think. Because 1 is a very strong first episode.
Yeah, there's very few problems, but I think we had with episode 1.
Okay, so the question is, we've both said 1, 3, and 5, so 2 and 4. How do you rank them? Which is better than which?
Oh, I think I've actually got to say 4 is better, because the whole Tess and Joel shooting that zombie completely unnecessarily. It was too much of a detractor for me. Yeah.
That's true, but I see that, and I raise you, Kathleen, saying, "Nah, man, we can just ignore this whole now. Let's go."
That's consistent with the character being a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Okay. I'll agree with you for now. You win this one.
I've sold you on that one.
You sold me on that one. So before we continue. Ryan's ranking so far is 1, 3, 4, 2, 5. Mine is 3, 1, 4, 2, 5. So we mostly agree. But this is going to change majorly when we start getting into the last few episodes of the season.
Oh, you think so?
Well, I know for a fact that our opinions of episode 7 differ massively. And my guess is that our takes on episodes 8 and 9 are going to vary, in particular compared with what we've already seen.
Yeah, because I think that episode 7 is probably my favourite of the series. I can't see how someone couldn't or could dislike it. So yeah, I'll be very interested on that one.
I'm looking forward to that conversation. That will be a long one, and that is the first episode we'll be doing in the next video, because we're only doing episode 6 is the last one we're doing for now.
Yeah, give us a chance.
Yeah. So where are we? So beginning of episode 6, I'll again just read to you what happens, and then we'll go through it. So 3 months after Henry and Sam's deaths, Joel and Ellie reach a small, thriving community in Jackson, Wyoming, where Joel is reunited with Tommy, whose wife Maria is pregnant. So the episode starts by reminding us of where they left off with the Henry Sam thing. I don't really know why they did that, because it is literally the last thing that we saw. And the next thing we see is 3 months later. So it's not like this is the next day. I mean, yes, they're still dealing with it emotionally, but again, Ellie was much closer to Riley than she was to Henry or Sam. So, she's 3 months and what, 6 months, I guess it would be thereabouts, or 5 months maybe, off of Riley's death. Spoiler alert, maybe.
Yeah, sure. So, surely people know we're talking about the whole series here.
Yeah, they know we're talking about the whole series. I'm going to try not to spoil how it ends. I'm trying not to spoil anything that isn't in the episode that we're actually directly talking about, but honestly, there have been plenty of not so subtle hints that happens throughout the series so far. Anyway, so we see... Oh, is this the bit with the... Yes, I love these two. I don't think anyone doesn't. Yes.
Can I just quickly say, because it says 3 months later, doesn't it?
It did, yes.
Yes. I've just done a Google Maps journey from Kansas City to Jackson, Wyoming.
Oh, dear.
And so I mean, you can maybe...
3 months is a lot of time.
Yeah, so we'd say if we give them a day or two, because say they don't know the full way, but so it would take 13 days, 23 hours to walk it. Now, obviously, you assume they've got to sleep during that point. Let's say they're walking like 10 hours a day, maybe.
I think that lines up, honestly. I think that lines up. If it takes you
3 months?
I would say so. You said 13 days, yeah?
Yeah, so if you're walking for just under half of that, let's say, or maybe like 8 hours.
Well,
so
okay,
either triple or quadruple that, 13 days. That doesn't add up to 3 months.
Okay, so, well, part of it we can kind of bypass by saying that we don't know maybe they stopped for a week in a hotel. Like, we don't know. But
true, yep.
If we just assume that they were traveling, they are not going to be traveling quickly. Like, if me or you just decided, let's walk across America, we would move a hell of a lot quicker, I would think, than Joel or Ellie. Because Joel has to go at Ellie's speed, obviously, because Ellie is a child and moves slower than him. Or maybe not in all cases, but get my point. Plus, they've also got to deal with and or avoid infected. They've got to avoid civilization, period, pretty much. Raiders, they have to be careful. They may have had to like hide in a cave for, days at a time. Plus, you've obviously got like where they are now, snow. So if we're just talking about distance, I feel like that's pretty reasonable that they could cover that amount of, or that they would only cover that amount of ground in 3 months.
Sure, I just felt it was an interesting point to make. Anyway, I can't say I've got a massive issue with it, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't think I have a problem with it, but yeah, it's interesting to note. So these two characters, Joel and Ellie, have broken into their house, and these two don't really seem to care. The wife, I assume, is the wife. She's literally just sat there like, yeah, I made them like spaghetti on toast or whatever it was, and she's pretty hilarious. And Joel comes out, points his gun at the dude, and he goes for his gun, but then is like, nah, put it on the table. And they're just having a casual chat, and it's very funny. Like, I forget exactly what they're talking about, but it is some much-needed levity, especially after the whole Henry Sam thing that we've just come off. So yeah, I feel like putting this here is a good place to put it, because usually this kind of thing can be jarring, but I feel like given the way that these characters are characterized, I can believe that they'd react like this. because they just don't have time for Joel's shit. They just don't care. They've seen it all, and they're like, "What are you doing? Like, put your gun away. Have some beans on toast."
Exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I felt it really kind of it catches the audience off guard, this scene, because it is genuinely quite funny, and it's such a kind of old couple way of going about things, where it's just fuck you. Like, they've been together so long that they almost hate each other in that way.
Yeah, pretty much. It's very amusing. I kind of wished we had more of them, but then at the same time, the fact that we only get them for this amount of time might be what makes them special.
Yeah, for a fleeting appearance is good. Yeah.
Yeah, and also they're not even. I mean, well, they are plot critical, but they didn't need to be plot critical, because the only point of this is that Joel and Ellie have been traveling for 3 months or whatever it is, and they don't know exactly where they are. So they found this house and they've broken in order to be like, show me where we are on the map, so that we know where we are in relation to where we're going.
Yes, this is actually a setup for what comes later, and I was praying that they hadn't replaced the later scene with this.
I know exactly what you're referring to. Yes.
Yes, where that's the David episode where Joel has to try and find out where Ellie is. One of the best scenes from the game, and I'm so glad they left it in. And yeah, I thought it was a nice kind of what's the word? Sort of premonition, I suppose, for that. Basically, it shows that again, Joel is no stranger to getting information from people.
Does he say that he learned this from Tommy, or am I misremembering this? Because obviously Tommy's ex-military, so he may have had to do this, or is it that Joel just kind of came up? I feel like him and Tommy used to do this all the time, but maybe I'm remembering this wrong.
It would make a lot of sense, yeah.
But yeah, basically what happens, if anyone doesn't know what we're talking about, is he asks the guy where they are on the map and says it better line up with where your wife said that we are, because otherwise bad news. Implication obviously being that he will kill them, but like neither of them care, because they're just done with his shit. They're like, come on, you just
yeah, they're very much given it, but they've got nothing to lose, so they really don't care.
Yeah, they're like, stop trying to be tough, grab a seat by the fire, traveler. And yeah, so yeah, during that scene, they very clearly establish that west of the river is super bad, like totally bad news. No one ever comes out alive, all the rest of it, but we don't know why yet. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the point of that is west of the river is where they are in episode 8. Am I right?
No, I think basically when they go over the river, they pretty much get to Jackson. So I think maybe, at least the way I interpreted it, is the implication is that once they get past the river, they maybe stay in Jackson. I don't know.
Okay. That would be interesting.
They don't come back for that reason.
Yeah, so everyone thinks, oh, it's super dangerous, no one goes there because no one comes back, but actually it's because it's super lovely and no one wants to leave.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I took that.
Or, yeah, well, we got to slip one of these in each stream. It could be because they're commies and they don't let anyone leave.
Why would you slip that in?
Well, because I think I mentioned something about communism in the previous stream. I can't remember. Oh, no,
okay.
No, it was COVID. That was it. The China, that was it. Yeah, okay. So then they leave, and Joel appears to have some kind of like a panic attack. I don't know if it actually is a panic attack, but he has like heart problems. This is kind of...
Oh, this was that image you got there, the spawn of many memes.
Yes.
It's like, that, I think it's the Ben Affleck meme of when you get home and your girlfriend asks you if you'd still love her if she was a lamp. That's exactly the expression, yeah. Yeah,
definitely. God, women sometimes ask strange questions. Okay, so this episode kind of, I mean, I guess we'll get to it when we get to it, but like this episode, it kind of amps up the idea that Joel's body is failing him. He is older than maybe he thinks he is. He's partially deaf. One of his ears doesn't work, and he's now having, sudden onset heart problems / panic attacks, making him think that he's incapable of completing his mission, basically.
Can you remember what's going on in this scene? What exactly is going on with Joel?
As in, why is he standing over here, or like, are you? No, I think they were just in the process of leaving, and then he was suddenly like, oh shit, I don't feel too good. I got to lean on this fence.
Okay.
I don't think it was that they were talking about something that made him have a panic attack or anything. I don't.
The lamp, yeah.
Yeah, the lamp thing. It was like, hey, hey Joel, would you still take me if I was a lamp? And he's like, no.
Yep.
Yeah, so Ellie's kind of like, Joel, you okay? And he's obviously like, yeah, what are we talking about? Let's go. So then they go, because he does not want to cause a fuss.
Obviously, it's surprising. If anything, the Joel of this episode would start breaking down and tell Ellie everything.
He might. Yeah. So all of this, like we see quite a lot of rather lovely geography in this episode in particular, but I mean in the series as a whole. Like I very much appreciate the fact that they at least appear to have gone to these locations to film in, rather than doing the whole thing Mandalorian style inside a computer.
So I'm glad you appreciate that, because I feel like it goes underappreciated for me. I
Yeah.
don't notice it as much as I should.
Honestly, this reminded me of the Lord of the Rings, because there's a lot of that in the Lord of the Rings where it's just like, wow, look at this geography. But also a lot of it isn't necessarily focused on that. It's just necessarily in the background because of where they filmed. And it was all, well, I say all, it was mostly done, again, on set, on location in New Zealand. Whereas you compare that to the Hobbit movies and Rings of Power, and a lot of it just, theoretically you could do this shot in a computer, but it isn't going to look like this, at least not with the tech that we currently have available.
Yeah, I think you'd still be able to tell to a certain extent.
Or even if you couldn't tell, something that I've noticed because I'm currently doing the Hobbit videos at the time of recording this, with fake environments, quote unquote, they will give away, even if they look, let's say, photoreal, they will often give off the fact that they're fake, because of the fact that what is in camera couldn't exist. Like there might be slightly too many trees, or the river might look slightly too perfect.
Okay.
There are less like imperfections that you might get in actual, natural geography. Or like this mountain looks like it was from a painting, and like, okay, no mountain looks like that. So yeah. Whereas if you were to just recreate that shot right there, you could probably do it, but yeah. Or at least if you can't do it now, you could do it pretty soon.
I bet the actors were wishing they were on a green screen, though.
They probably were, especially because Pedro Pascal also obviously does The Mandalorian, and to my knowledge, the entirety of that show is done on what is essentially a green screen. Okay, so here...
Borealis.
at this time of year. So Ellie tries booze and says, yup, still gross, which is a callback to episode 7, which we have not seen yet, but obviously has already happened because it is a flashback. I assume did you notice that? Because she tries booze, I think, for the first time from Riley in episode 7.
I did. I actually did clock that one.
Okay. I didn't notice it until I rewatched this scene because, yeah. So then I forget what they have a chat about, but essentially Joel says, I'll take first watch. Or no, I think Joel says, I'll take every watch, because he doesn't, he is willing to just break his body and remain, deprive himself of sleep in order to do what he needs to do and get Ellie to Tommy. Plus,
it sounds counterproductive, but
it does sound counterproductive, but at the same time, he probably doesn't trust that Ellie would be able to, maybe that's not fair. I was going to say he doesn't trust that Ellie would be able to actually, keep watch, and he doesn't want to put his life directly in Ellie's hands. But also, it could partly be that he doesn't want a child to have that level of responsibility. I think that's probably more it. It's like, I'm the adult, I'm looking after you, not vice versa.
Yes, again, he doesn't want to be emasculated.
Yeah. Yeah, when you put it like that, it maybe sounds like he's being irrational, but honestly, I think I would probably want to do the same thing in his shoes.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, anyway, so Joel says he's going to stay awake all night, and he doesn't. He falls asleep. Ellie, at some point, wakes up and continues the watch. So Joel wakes up and is like, "What? Why didn't you wake me up? Why did you let me sleep?" And Ellie basically explains what she did. She patrolled around wherever it was. She's holding the rifle. She, I guess, covered the fire or whatever. Like, she convinces Joel that she actually did it properly. And something here which you can read into, because this isn't in the show, but I think you have to infer it, is that Joel won't have told Ellie how to keep watch because he doesn't want her to do it. Which means that the fact that she was able to do it relies entirely on her having observed Joel and taught herself. So she's learned by watching him rather than by asking him.
What? How to keep watch?
Yeah, because I forget exactly what she says, but she goes through the specific things that she did. It wasn't just stand there with gun. And basically she proves to Joel, like, I do know what I'm doing. I can actually do this. So you need to trust me more and get some goddamn sleep.
Yeah, sure, makes sense.
So then this, I didn't like this next bit, and I think I mentioned this earlier, but where are we? So they cross the bridge. Oh, there's a goof. That shot right there. I think I saw this on Reddit. There's a goof in that shot right there. There are crew.
Oh, okay. I thought I was going to be able to spot it there.
Oh well, see if you can find them. But there are crew in the shot that you should not be able to see, because Joel and Ellie are on the bridge, and this
Is
whole
that
area,
them right over to the left, kind of towards the bottom corner?
yeah, bottom left.
Yes.
They're just standing there. So yeah, maybe they'll edit that out at some point. I don't know, but yeah,
They've made it too authentic, if anything.
I mean, I guess they're not moving. At least I assume they're not moving. Maybe that's because I've got it paused. Derp. So they cross the bridge, and they then end up. Where are we? Oh yeah, okay. So they find that's a dam, which is that's not where Tommy is, but Joel recognizes it as being in the right location. Am I right there? I think.
No, I think that's where Tommy is, because
Okay.
they use the dam to power the town, don't they?
Right. Yes. Okay. So then he pulls out his map, and then they get attacked by. Well, I say attacked. They get surrounded by the riders of Rohan. I mean, communists. They hold them at gunpoint.
Yeah, Joel just shits the bed here.
Joel shits the bed, and yeah, I'll show you what happens, and then I'll go through because I have some notes. So this guy points a gun at them, because you obviously would. They're all pointing their guns at them, and they explain to some degree who they are. I don't think they give names or whatever, but they're like, we're not infected, we're all good. This character right here, by the way, is Maria, which is Tommy's wife.
Michonne.
Is it?
No, it's not Michonne, no.
Oh, because yeah, I can't tell because is she bald? I know that she's in Black Panther, the actress, but yeah, I haven't seen enough of The Walking Dead to remember the character. But yeah, so this character here is Maria, which is later revealed to be Tommy's wife, which Joel is unaware of. So anyway, they say that they're not infected, and the commies release the Hound to check if they are infected. They say if you are infected, then the dog will notice and will rip you to pieces. So if you just tell us that you are, if you are, then we'll give you a bullet and we'll save you all that pain. That's basically their bargaining chip, to be like, you may as well tell us the truth because you are about to be found out because we've got a sniffer dog. That's the way it's set up. This obviously is bad news, and this is a bit of a repetition from episode 1, because obviously Ellie doesn't want to be tested, even though she is immune, because if she is tested, even if by a dog, it's going to know that she's infected. And the red light will beep, and it'll be like, all right, you're infected, bang. And that was the end of that. That doesn't happen, and this is absolutely amped up for tension. The dog approaches Ellie, and we see Ellie looking absolutely fucking terrified, because obviously you would be. Joel doesn't do anything, and the guys with guns are just standing there watching. I'll see if I can get it on screen. Yeah, let me go back. Yeah, we see Ellie's just there playing with the dog. So it just seems to just be a nice little doggo. It's not threatening at all.
Yeah, I think you're right. You just have to assume that whatever's going on with Ellie and her infection is not something a dog would smell. I was quite happy to forgive that one anyway.
Well, I'll go through my notes here. So, where are we? So they're surrounded by fireflies. Ellie is threatened with a dog, and everything ends up being okay. This scene felt like it cheated with editing, and I really dislike it when stories do this. The only reason why Ellie survives is random blind luck that the dog was a nice dog. Or, if you're correct and that dogs just can't tell for whatever reason, even though I'm not even sure that that's reasonable, because you remember in the dog looking at Granny in episode 1? Implication there heavily was that dogs can fucking tell. And I think it's more than reasonable to expect that dogs can tell. But if they didn't
Well,
have
again,
that,
I think you just have to assume that. At least I was happy to assume that whatever's going on with Ellie is not the same as a normal infection. So a dog, at least it wouldn't smell it in the same way as it smells an infected.
okay, so I can buy that as being possible. That doesn't change the fact that maybe this is an actual sniffer dog and it's not just someone's pet that they pretend is a threat, like a police dog or whatever. Either way, the only reason she survives here is just through absolute blind luck. She and Joel are not in control of her survival here. They're put in a situation where if the wrong lottery ticket is drawn, you die.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it is just lucky that Ellie, like I said, she doesn't smell like a normal infected does. And Joel absolutely freezes in this scenario. He doesn't do anything.
Well, this is the thing, because this is mentioned later. Joel is not happy that he didn't do anything. And it ends up being a good thing that he didn't do anything, because everything turned out to be fine because it was a nice dog.
And let's be honest, he couldn't really do anything.
That was what I was going to say. What do you do? This wasn't a situation where Joel could have done something, and later on he's like, man, I totally should have done something. Like, I can understand him maybe thinking that, but like, practically speaking, you can't do anything. If you move,
well,
you're
yeah,
dead.
sure, but obviously you have to play out the scenario that at this point, both you, the audience, and Joel are going to assume that the dog is going to smell Ellie and start going for her.
Yeah.
So you'd expect him to do something. Or at least protest in some way.
Yeah, verbally protest, maybe, yes. I mean, I'm not sure that would have actually led to anything, but even if he doesn't try, I think is the biggest tell that he maybe something's up. But yeah, I really don't like the fact that it was just random blind luck that the dog didn't notice or something.
Okay.
So also the other thing I have here is why bother using the dog instead of guns? Because if they use the dog, it means that they don't actually have to get close to anyone that they find, and obviously getting close to someone who might be infected is a risk. But they reveal, I think they mention later explicitly, that the dog is just a random dog. It's not like it is literally someone's pet. It's not actually a sniffer dog or any kind of trained police dog or anything like that. It's just, we have a dog. Let's use it and put it in front of people to see if they're infected.
Well, in that case, that probably explains a lot more that the dog is not particularly proficient in smelling infected.
Yeah, and I can buy that, but I still think it's retarded that these people would rely on that dog's ability to sniff people rather than throwing a whatever those tester things from Fedra are, if these guys even have them. But let's assume that they don't, and say, we've got 10 guys around you at gunpoint, take all of your clothes off so that we can see if you're bitten. Like, that would be the way to do it. You can't hide if that happens. But instead, they use a dog that they know it doesn't work. Like, the threat of the dog, I can understand that, but you already have a threat because you already have your guns. And essentially, if we ignore the fact that Ellie is immune, so Ellie is not a threat, essentially what has happened is, as a result of them having inadequate security, they've let an infected person into their society. They don't know that Ellie's immune. So, to me, here their security, quote unquote, is absolutely ineffective.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, did you not hear me there?
No, I think you cut out. Go again. I said.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
I said, what do we think?
I don't have particularly strong feelings either way, but I can see where you're coming from.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so skipping after that, everything seems fine because they are not infected, ostensibly. They ride towards... where is this? I forget, again, US geography.
This is Jackson, Wyoming.
Jackson, Wyoming. So they ride towards this large settlement that has evidently been built, and we see there's like a full-on society that they have, surrounded by this
I'm glad you got to see this. You don't get to see it in the game, and I think it's...
You do in game 2, though, right?
Or yeah, not? You do, yeah.
Okay.
Because I think maybe they didn't have time to really develop it in the game, which is why you didn't see it. But I'm glad you got to see it here.
So where does all of this interaction with Tommy take place in the game then, if not here?
Within the dam.
Oh, okay, interesting. So it's like on the outskirts and they never actually go in.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. It might have been like processing power limitations. I don't really know. Maybe they couldn't do like a fully fledged town as good as they wanted with the budget.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Also, find it interesting that they've got their own gallows.
Yeah. Although here they're repurposed it. They've repurposed it as something else.
Yes.
Okay, so Joel reunites here with Tommy, and Tommy had assumed he has not seen. How long has it been since? Because I was about to say 20 years, but no, I'm wrong there. How long has it been since they haven't seen each other? Do we actually know? Because
no, we don't know.
So at the beginning of the series, at the end of episode 1, I think Joel says that he hasn't heard from Tommy in like 3 weeks, I think. But that's heard from. That's not when he last saw him. That's when he last heard from him.
I think it would be fair to say, given that Joel seems fairly well established in Boston, it's years at least.
My presumption was years.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I really like
as Tommy
this.
comments that he got old.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Bit of grey. So, yeah, I really like this. I really like their reunion, and I really like Gabriel Luna's acting in this episode. I think he is the standout in this episode, possibly, although there is maybe one scene that surpasses it, but I'm sure we will get to that. I do have a question for you, though, because whilst I really like Tommy's reunion with Joel, they never explain why Tommy was radioing danger. So why is he here?
No, that was Bill that was radioing danger.
Oh, so why did he think it was Tommy? Or am I misremembering what actually happened? Because
it wasn't Tommy.
Because part of the beginning of the reason, forget Ellie, Tess and Joel were like, we need to go see Tommy because we haven't heard from him in however long it's been. Why?
Yes.
So why did Tommy stop talking to Joel? Or is this explained at some point in this episode?
I feel like it. I honestly can't remember.
Okay. Well, we'll say in that
maybe
case
he mentions that they're having some radio transmission issues. Maybe
if that's the case, then that's a little convenient because that ends up being like the thing that arguably kickstarts the plot. But if that isn't explained, that's a pretty big problem. If it is explained, then it's not really a problem at all. So,
okay.
Yeah, we cut inside, and we've got Maria is sat there next to Tommy, and they haven't yet revealed that she is his wife. She's just kind of there, and I think my presumption at this point was that she's the boss of the town or something. So that's why she's there.
At least Tommy and Maria are the prominent couple, the leaders of Jackson.
Yeah.
Also, I will comment on the set that it's straight out of Game 2, which is a nice little homage. And I think what you saw there with a girl hiding behind the rafters.
Yep.
Yes. That is meant to be, I believe, Dina from Game 2.
Okay, I'm unsure of who Dina is, but yeah, I am sure that this was put in for a reason, because it was basically this girl is just kind of here, like, gawking at Joel and Ellie, and then Ellie's like, the fuck is your problem? And then she just leaves, and it's like a 5-second bit that's done and dusted, and...
Yes, but even seeing it the first time, I still thought, oh, that's probably going to be Dina.
Yeah, I mean, does she look like Dina from the game? I don't know.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
Fair enough. So, yeah, throughout this scene, they start having, I guess, a bit of a slightly heated brotherly argument about whatever it might be. And Maria sort of implies that Joel is not a good person because Tommy would have told her certain things.
That's a good expression.
Yeah, she doesn't like Joel, and I think Joel says something like, "Can we have some? Do you mind just giving us a moment and keeping it as just family?" And then at that point, Tommy reveals that she is family because she is his wife. And I think later they reveal that she's pregnant. And I quite liked that reveal because until that point, it didn't even pop into my head that, oh shit, they're husband and wife. It was like she's just here because she's in charge of everything and she wants to, it almost seemed like she's just here because she has lines to say and she's got to say them because the script says so. So we'll put her here and no one will ask her to leave. But no, it is actually justified.
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, I liked that little twist of not immediately revealing who exactly Maria is, or that she even is Maria, because Maria, I assume, is in the game.
Yeah, they do expand on her within this episode a lot more, which I quite liked.
Okay.
She is genuinely a good character especially when you get the kind of hairdressing scene with her and Ellie. It's quite a good scene.
Yeah, I liked that. It gave a little bit of a backstory to her. So yeah, she kind of leads them around and shows them where they are and how everything operates. Because Joel's like, "This is pretty amazing. Like, how do you exist?" And that's a comment that I have: is how believable is all of this? Because it seems to kind of be heaven, and the only real justification that they give for it in the show is that they're relatively isolated from anywhere else. You know, they're pretty far. I think we have to assume that they're relatively self-sufficient. So they have hunters and they have water. They've obviously got a dam, so they have power. They are supposedly careful with who they let in or out, although they've just let Ellie in, so they're not. Yeah, they have patrolling guards, which were the guys with the guns and the dog earlier. So they seem to have some kind of system for remaining intact, but it to me seemed potentially like it's a little bit too much, because someone would know that this exists. But then, like, the counter argument to that potentially is that when you have something this big and this extravagant, you've got to assume it's hundreds, possibly, over 1,000 people live here, given the size. You're not getting raiders in those kinds of numbers all ganging up to be like, yeah, let's go take out them pesky communists. You might have like 5 or 6, but they're obviously not going to be able to do anything unless they attack in the early stages. But then you're kind of winding the clock back and hypothesizing. So, I mean, do you have any issues with the existence of this commune?
No, not at all. I think 1,000 might be overestimating slightly.
I'm just drawing that from the number of buildings that we see. But yeah, it might
I think maybe I don't know, maybe like 200-300 would be my guess.
I feel like that's more reasonable.
I think that obviously the fact they have power, you can see the background, they've got sheep and whatnot. I think it's quite realistic. They even had cash points in the image that you saw a few seconds ago.
Interesting. Yeah, then there's
ATMs, I should say, for any Americans.
ATMs, yes. What does ATM even stand for? We don't know.
At the moment.
So yeah, then there is a joke that I did not like. Excuse me. And it's the "we're communists" joke. And I didn't like it because it was at Tommy's expense. So essentially what happens is Maria is explaining how everything works, and she, I believe, uses the word commune to describe their little society. And then Tommy's like, yeah, but it's not really, we're kind of, because he doesn't like the idea as a Texan, a military veteran Texan, gun-toting yeehaw trucks and guns. He probably doesn't have a particularly positive view on commies, and he's kind of downplaying it, like, yeah, we're not really, like that. We don't do it like that. And then Maria just says, yeah, literally, this is a commune. We're communists. And then the camera kind of lingers on Tommy, just kind of being like, oh, wait, I guess we are commies. Shit. And the reason, like, it's mildly chuckle-worthy in the way that it's presented, until I kind of realized, at least, that the only way that joke functions is if Tommy does not understand what the society that he lives in is. Like, how
I took it as just a bit of a kind of playful dig, maybe at Tommy. It maybe had some kind of slightly topical relevance. I don't know.
Well, no, the issue that I have with it is Tommy's reaction, because it seems to be where, like, the cogs are turning and he's like, damn it, wait, maybe I am a communist. Which he would already know. Like, if that was the case, he would already know that he's living under a communist society.
Well, maybe, but obviously you're living in a world without any kind of, like, currency. So,
well,
yeah.
Apart from the ATMs. But yeah,
apart from them, yeah.
Yeah, you can have money in a communist society. And, like, I can believe that this society would function possibly best as a communist society, because, again, you've got the whole post-apocalyptic zombie thing going. Capitalism doesn't fare particularly well under those circumstances, would be my guess. But the fact that Tommy doesn't even seem to comprehend that, oh, wait, this actually is a communist society, until his wife is like, what's wrong with you? Obviously, we're communists.
But to be fair, it probably wouldn't occur to him. Why would it?
Well, I mean, the fact that everyone refers to it as a commune, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too far into that. So, skipping forwards, not Tommy, Joel leaves Ellie with Maria, and he goes off to spend some time with Tommy. So that immediately, I think, tells you that Joel trusts Maria because he trusts Tommy. Because this is the first time he has voluntarily left Ellie with anyone. So, skipping forwards, we have two conversations. So we'll do this one first. So,
no, is this the scene where Joel full on cries?
No, I was just reading my notes on that, but that isn't this scene. This scene is where he basically explains what he's doing and why. So he explains that I don't think he reveals that Ellie is immune in this scene. I think that is in the crying scene where he actually lays everything bare. Right. But here he's basically saying, I need your help. And the suggestion at this point is that he wants Tommy to come with him, maybe bring a few people, a few of the other people from here to help him get Ellie to wherever it is that she's going. I think that Tommy asks who she is, and his response is that she's the daughter of some rich firefly, hence him needing to know information about the fireflies, which is that is what he claimed to have assumed at the beginning, and he's also lying to Tommy at this point because he doesn't want to reveal to anyone that she's immune yet.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, even when Joel does reveal it to Tommy, Tommy is still quite skeptical about it, and he's clearly quite concerned about an infected girl being in the village.
Yeah, like maybe we need to up our goddamn security and not use a puppy.
Pretty much.
Maybe, yeah. So he lies to... So Tommy asks him how Tess is doing, and Joel lies to him and says Tess is doing fine. Because I guess he didn't want to reopen that wound and re-experience all of that, and probably not ruin Tommy's day any more than he hasn't already.
I took it as more Joel doesn't want to have that conversation.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. He doesn't want to relive that. His expectation here is that he was just expecting that Tommy would help him. However, Tommy can't as a result of his new priorities, and he reveals that Maria is pregnant. And
yeah, Joel is less than thrilled, it's fair to say.
Yeah, Joel is not happy because it's like, why did I even fucking bother? Because my own brother is not going to help me.
Well, I think it's more, at least the way I interpret it, is that Joel is obviously still very, kind of traumatized by losing Sarah and any
True, yeah.
But yeah, just anyone else having kids and maybe going through that kind of thing. He can't be happy for anyone.
Yeah, because I didn't write this down, but I think we also get a line from Tommy where because they start arguing essentially as a result of this, and Tommy says something like, "I know that you're like." This is going to sound a lot more blunt than Tommy probably says it, but he says something along the lines of, "I know that your life as a parent is over, but that doesn't mean that it's over for me."
I think that's pretty close to what he says actually. Yeah,
it's something like that. That he's not particularly tactful.
But he's just really fanning the flames.
Yeah, I mean, it further pisses off Joel, and you get a bit of insight into what their relationship is. They don't seem to be particularly functional. They're both very antagonistic and standoffish with each other. But they both have very good reasons for doing or not doing what they're doing. So then Joel basically says, "We'll be out of here tomorrow. I'll grab my shit. We'll restock, resupply, and then we're off." And then he just leaves. And then he has another rapid onset panic attack.
This is where he sees
he sees
what you assume to be like obviously the back of what Sarah grown up would look like.
Yeah.
Because it's a kind of, I think it's like a mixed race girl with long kind of curly hair.
Yeah, there we go.
Frizzy hair, yeah.
She's not that much older. I think that was deliberately supposed to be like almost like he's seeing a ghost where she is essentially of the same age, or I mean, that girl.
Well, she's got a kid with her.
Oh, does she? Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that. Well, yeah, I mean, whoever that girl is, I guess she's because now we're 20 years on, and that girl to me doesn't look 35 or whatever she'd be. But again, I'm not good with ages.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. But I did quite like that, and I felt it was a better way of, instead of the whole episode 1 flashback, that this was a definitely more natural way of doing that.
Oh yeah, definitely, because this makes it very obvious what Joel is thinking, where his head is, And it also reinforces what you said about him maybe not being comfortable with the idea of being an uncle, or Tommy bringing a new life into this world because of the 20-year-old wound of Sarah. And now having this shows this him seeing a ghost, quote unquote, reinforces that, because that tells us that that's exactly where his head is. Like he maybe doesn't think about Sarah all the time, but you know, when he is, then this kind of thing's a good way to show it.
Yeah, I mean, does he glance at his watch?
I
feel like he does.
I'm happy to accept that he does. I'd have to play it in order to find out.
No, I can't remember. If he did, yeah, well, it'd almost be a little bit too obvious at that point, but it would make sense.
Yeah. So in this other scene here, Ellie learns about Sarah's fate from Maria. So we get that in a second. Here we've got a note, "I'm across the street," which I assume is from Dina, not Dina. If it actually ends up being Dina, I think we can assume that. Oh wait,
really? No, I thought it was from.
It's Maria. Sorry, yes, I'm getting my characters mixed up. What is that? It's a menstrual. Okay, because I watched it and I was like, I don't. What am I looking at? Because obviously it's like I was thinking, is it like a shiwi or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she learns how to put it in her butt, or however that works, and and then she goes across the street and sees Maria. So here we go. So we've got Kevin dated as dying in 03 at age 13, and we've got Sarah dated as dying also in 03. Or am I
believe Kevin was Maria's son.
Yeah, I was going to say, because if Kevin was Tommy's son, then that would mean that Tommy also lost a child in the same year as Joel lost Sarah.
Yeah, just 2 days apart.
Yeah, that I'm going to assume that's not the case, and I'm also going to assume that we're not misreading these dates, because I know that Americans do everything backwards.
Yeah, although, looking from that, Kevin was 3 years old?
No, I think he was 13, unless I read that wrong. He was...
I know, so he's born in 2000.
Oh,
2003.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, in that case, he was 3 years old, so he probably got eaten by zombies. That's, unfortunate. Yeah, so I forget exactly what Maria says, but I had assumed that Kevin was their son, meaning Tommy's as well. But
oh, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, but I didn't see the date. Like, given that date, there's no way, because obviously they haven't been together for 25 years or whatever it is. So she kind of insists, like, I'm going to cut your hair because it needs doing. And then what do they... That's right. She assumes that, because she doesn't know about Sarah. She doesn't even know that Joel lost a child at this point. She basically says, like, I'm sorry about your children, meaning Kevin and Sarah. And Maria's response is, it's just Kevin. Sarah was Joel's daughter. And then she realizes, oh, you didn't know. Maybe I shouldn't have told you that. And then Ellie's response is kind of like, oh, okay. That explains a lot. And yeah, I quite liked her response there. What else do we learn in that scene? I think Maria says that she used to be a lawyer, I think, or a district attorney or something like that.
And I feel like Ellie almost comes across as a little bit too clever in this one for a 14-year-old.
How? Where? Because I don't remember exactly.
Like because they're almost having like a verbal sparring match at one point, and Ellie is almost like a match for her in a lot of ways. She's very kind of quick. And Maria comments on how clever she is. I like the scene, but it felt like she's a little bit too clever.
Okay, fair enough. I don't remember it well enough, I can't say. So yeah, they got a whole goddamn cinema, so they seem to have all the bells and whistles right here. Ellie, yeah, I don't think she's enjoying whatever it is that she's watching. And then I think this is the scene. This is the one of the two scenes, because there are two scenes in this episode that we have things to say on, really. So Joel here is, what's he doing? Replacing the sole on his boot, I think? Is that what he's doing? Yeah, I think that's what he's doing.
I can't tell.
I think so. Which, yeah, I mean, you'd need to do if you've walked however many 100 miles that is. So in this scene, Joel confides in Tommy about Ellie's immunity and his own declining mental state, as evidenced by the two if not panic attacks, then heart problems that he has experienced in this episode and only in this episode, because they needed to establish that for this episode. This isn't something that has been ongoing for longer than seemingly 5 minutes. However, we also have the partial deafness, which did pop up in episode 4, because that accounts for how he was snuck up on by the kid. But yeah, the whole idea of like Joel is getting old and he's incapable and his shit don't work, that I thought was horrendously rushed. I thought that's the kind of thing that you need to be establishing over the entire series. You don't just spring it out of nowhere and be like, by the way, Joel has really bad arthritis or something.
So my opinion on this scene, really well acted, and at the time I didn't mind it. It's one of them that, especially I think it's literally the next scene where it just doesn't work for me in the slightest.
The next scene being the discussion with Ellie.
Yes, where Joel basically proclaims like, "Oh, you're not my daughter."
Okay,
and it's
that.
A complete kind of,
we'll do that do that one separately, because there's two. These are two big scenes. I don't want to get them confused. If we do them separately, it'll probably be easier.
Okay.
So yeah, with this one, he tells Tommy that Ellie is immune and basically asks Tommy to take Ellie to the Fireflies because he's afraid that he isn't going to be able to do it successfully. He won't be able to keep her safe. Well, I've got a couple of bullet points basically reinforcing what you just said. Pedro Pascal is fucking excellent.
Yes.
Like, this is, I want to say it's definitely his best acting in the show. It might be his best acting that I have ever seen from him. He's incredibly good. But you probably have more to say on this than me, but like I couldn't imagine game Joel doing this at all.
No, not at all. It's
a fundamental change of character.
Yes, and it very much relates to what happens later in the series. At this point, I feel like it's consistent with the character.
But the character of the show.
Again, yeah, but again, I feel like maybe the writers were charmed by Pedro Pascal and just thought, could we just get him to have a bit of a breakdown here? You'd be brilliant, Pedro. Please do it for us.
This is your... it's not Oscars, obviously, because it's TV. Is it Emmys? I don't... TV show awards.
Emmys, yeah.
This is your Emmy scene, Pedro. Have at it. Yeah, so the other bit that I've got on here is Joel opens up to Tommy. He breaks down completely. He seems to be terrified that he won't be able to keep her safe because he is too slow and too deaf. He also seems to be experiencing panic attacks and or heart problems. This shows that he cares deeply for Ellie, either because of the father-daughter dynamic that he wants to avoid, or because delivering her was Tess's dying wish. So he begs Tommy to take her instead, as he feels incompetent and because he doesn't want to get too close to her. Joel can't go through losing another daughter. That's what I got for this scene. And on its own, I like it, but again, how it fits into the series, I'm unsure. And
I feel like it's less of the losing the daughter and more that he is incapable of looking after her, in that he does almost think of her like a daughter at this point, or he's very close to. I think he's definitely bonded with Ellie to a point.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
If he goes any further, he's past the point of no return.
But yeah, also I would say that again, the way I phrased this in episode 1 was that he had failed to keep Sarah safe, and the reason I phrased it like that is because right here, right now, he does not want to be in a position where he will fail to keep Ellie safe, which is the entire point of this scene.
Yeah, definitely.
He doesn't want... It's not even that he doesn't want. He will not be able to live with himself if that happens again. He needs Tommy to do this for him.
Yeah.
And basically, Tommy's response is, "I'm sorry, I have other responsibilities. I can't." But it's not an easy... It's not just like a clear-cut, easy decision for him. So Tommy seems to... he's hearing Joel out, but he even after learning that Ellie is immune, he is unwilling to drop his potential... Well, it's not even potential. His future fatherhood. Obviously, if he dies, then he's leaving Maria on her own to raise a kid on her own, and yeah, that's bad news. So Tommy goes back to the cinema and sees Maria, who smiles at him, and he's not... something's obviously up, and she realizes, and the implication at this point is that maybe Tommy is going to do what Joel said. Does Tommy actually say, okay, I'll do it at any point? Because I know that when we get to the end of the episode, well, in this scene right here, Joel essentially tells Ellie that Tommy's taking you. So I assume that Tommy did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Joel crying scene, it does come to that conclusion.
Okay, fair enough. In that case, I was wrong in what I said, but that's fine. We all get a little wrong sometimes. So now we get to this scene. So I will again say what happens, and then you probably have the most to say about this. Ellie had overheard the previous conversation. I don't entirely know how. I guess she followed Tommy. Yeah, I guess, yeah, we do have the breadcrumbs for that, because when she was in the cinema, she sees Tommy leaving, and I guess just thinks, like, I'm going to follow him. He looks like he's about to have an important conversation. That's really the only explanation that we get. So Ellie overheard everything that just happened. Joel insists to Ellie that they are going to part ways. And, well, this is the scene, so have at it. I feel like you probably have more to say on it than I do, because game comparisons.
Well, I mean, yeah. Once again, we're at the point where the writers, unfortunately, have succumbed to thinking we have to include this scene because it's such a great scene from the game. Again, it's one of them that really kind of, as a player, it exhibits quite an emotional response to this scene. It's really impactful in the game.
Yeah.
Again, it does not hit the same way because it makes me hate the previous scene because we've gone from Joel feels like he won't be able to look after her, and then in this scene he's saying you're not my daughter, as in like he doesn't care about her.
Okay, so potential counterpoint, because I think I agree with you, but I'm just going to throw this out there. So he could be saying, in the context of the show, if we forget the game, he could well be saying you're not my daughter in order to conclude in his mind that she is not his daughter. We're not going to go down that path because Joel don't want this. And
Yeah,
also,
I mean, it's Ellie that brings up Sarah in the first place.
Okay, but also to make clear to Ellie that she is not his daughter, and therefore there is no, she is cargo to him. Like, whether he actually thinks that isn't really the point. You could say he, yeah, like at this point he's trying to break her. He's trying to hurt her so that way he doesn't have to hurt himself. He's trying to make her not want to continue with him by basically saying that, like, there never was any kind of father-daughter relationship between us, so tomorrow morning you're going with Tommy.
Again, I don't believe that. I feel like the show Joel would be kind of like apologizing to her, saying like I'm really sorry, I can't take you any further. I'm completely fucked physically and mentally. I'm completely unreliable.
Okay, but so yeah, go on.
That's pretty much my point for that.
Okay, so do you think that maybe this would have been more of a deviation from the game, but do you think that maybe having the emotional support Tommy scene with Ellie would have made more sense rather than doing this?
Yes, it would. Yes, absolutely.
So that would mean that you can't have this scene, which is so iconic from the games. Also, I just noticed they got there's a picture of a giraffe on the wall. Is that? Do you remember if that's in the game? Because obviously there's giraffes in an important scene.
I can't remember this because this was actually before each episode was released. I looked at the images from IMDb on the episode.
Yeah,
it was pretty much this one, and obviously I instantly recognise it because it's such a iconic moment from the game. And I think it's even down to the same wallpaper. Again, they've got the sets down from the game, but I don't remember a giraffe being there.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing they may have just thrown in as like an Easter egg. But I remember you messaged me essentially this image just to see if it meant anything to me, and it didn't because it has been so long since I played the games. So this scene was a surprise to me. But
it's probably my favorite, at least in terms of the voice acting performance, because again, this is almost word for word from the game.
Yeah,
and it's again just highlights how good the voice acting is. Where even an actor like Pedro Pascal and Bella Ramsey, as awesome as she is, it still doesn't match up to the voice actors from the game.
So yeah, go on.
From YouTube, like from the game, I'd imagine it would hit harder for a lot of other people.
Yeah, I watched the scene from the game on YouTube again, and I do think that the game one is stronger. But maybe that's again because I prefer the game version of Ellie and Joel. Like that doesn't affect what we actually get in the show, but it's just an interesting point of comparison, I think. So going back to what we were saying before I got distracted by a giraffe, you think that the better way to do this, rather than having the two separate scenes, would be to have Joel break down in front of Ellie and explain that he's deaf, he's getting old, he can't do it. Tommy can. He's young and sprightly, and he's got a spring in his step and all the rest of it. So I can't handle this. Go with Tommy.
I think maybe you'd need both.
You'd need him to break down twice.
I mean, they're damn handy to handle all the tears, but yes, I think.
Well, unless you have all three of them in the same scene, like have it compress it into one scene.
Potentially, yeah. Yeah, you could have done that.
Or have potentially. Yeah, this is the thing. They could have done this because they had the building blocks in place for this. So Ellie must have followed Tommy because that is the only way that she overheard what happened. So she then bursts into the room, having eavesdropped and heard Joel start crying, saying, "Please, you've got to take her," or whatever the line would be. And she bursts into the room like, "Joel, no, you can't. You've got to take me. You've got me this far." And then at that point, you have a justification for her being in the room. She has a justification for revealing that she was eavesdropping. You then have Joel having to, he's already an emotional wreck at this point because he didn't realize that Ellie was there, which means that you're not having to build the same scene or, build a similar scene twice in a row. You can work with one and then interrupt it with Ellie. And then it means that they can then have a three-way discussion with Joel bearing his soul as to who is actually going to take Ellie. The problem with doing that is you can't have this scene.
Exactly, yeah.
So
I think to coin a phrase of another review that I've watched, estrogen Joel would yeah, he would not say "You're not my daughter, and I sure as hell ain't your dad." It wouldn't come out in the same way that the "You're just cargo" struck me as odd.
Yeah,
it's not consistent with the character.
Yeah, and there's a handful of scenes as opposed to lines that are still to come in the series that I would throw into that pile as well, where it's like this is lifted from game Joel and applied to Pedro Pascal Joel.
100%.
And it doesn't line up as well as I think they wanted it to. Also, Ellie kind of breaks down in front of Joel and basically says, you'll probably know the line better than me because, again, it's basically lifted from the game, but she says something along the lines of, "You can't leave because if you did leave, then I'd just be more scared. Even if Tommy is more useful, I know you and I trust you."
Yeah, and I think that because they're both really good, they both deliver it well. But up until this point, because I think obviously we touched upon Bella Ramsey's slightly angry demeanor, I want to say
antagonistic, I guess.
Yeah, because I just don't. She doesn't sell it well enough for me to believe that she genuinely would be that scared.
Because when is she being scared in the series of episode 7? But we haven't seen that yet. Like, she's scared in episode 7.
Yeah, that's about it.
She doesn't seem. Well, no, actually, yeah, she is scared of the clickers in episode 2, but that we don't really get much of it.
I think it's more what I'm trying to say is in terms of an emotional bond with Joel.
Yeah, this is the first we're getting of that, apart from because we've got the jokes, but then that's almost like a coping mechanism for her. She, I guess, again, the argument against this would be that she has never, we can assume, had any kind of male role model in her life. This is the longest amount of time, probably by far, that she has ever spent with a father-type figure. So, because she is an orphan, she never knew her dad, as we find out later. So she is kind of relying on Joel emotionally as much as he is relying on her, and he really does not want that to continue, whereas she does. But in terms of how it's actually portrayed in the show, I don't think that the building blocks were there for her to say, I would be more scared. Because, like, I think we can, when you write it down on paper, it's like, well, obviously she'd be scared because there's zombies everywhere. But we don't really see that.
Yeah, pretty much. I feel like that throughout the series, while Ellie is not great at expressing herself, she's at least, I'm talking in the game here, she's at least more kind of open emotionally than Joel is, where it feels like it's very much the other way around in the series. Ellie's the really kind of closed off one in terms of discussing what she's feeling a lot of the time. Yeah,
Ellie's harder to read, I guess, in the show. I mean, whereas Joel, it's pretty clear what he's thinking, whereas Ellie, maybe this is an acting thing, maybe this is deliberate, maybe this is accidental. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but when you watch
I think that Bella Ramsey that performs quite well. It's like you say, the building blocks aren't there.
Yeah. Okay, so then we skip forward to what is this? Joel is flashbacking about Sarah, and this is the first time we've actually seen this happen apart from in the first episode. And this I don't mind. I know we argued against including the 1 second flashback bit in the climax of episode 1. This I don't have a problem with at all, because this is not
an intense...
isn't
jarring at all.
Yeah, this isn't jarring. This is just a visual representation of where Joel's head is at. And like you could say, well, obviously this is where his head is at because he's deliberately distancing himself from Ellie because he doesn't want to get too close to her as a result of Sarah. But the context...
Could you not argue it's the opposite of that, in that he's thinking so much about Sarah because he has similar feelings towards Ellie?
Yeah, you could absolutely argue that. He's
Which makes it even less logical that he's just told her, you're not my daughter and I'm not your dad.
Again, the only response I can give to that theoretically would be that he is saying something that he does not believe to be true so as to prevent himself from getting hurt again. It's kind of like, having like a deliberately antagonistic, might not be the word, break up with a partner where you basically tell them that you absolutely fucking hate them, even though you don't, because you don't want anyone to actually get hurt. So you do the hurt quickly so that way you don't have to deal with it later.
Well, that's exactly what happens in the game. That is very much game Joel.
Yeah.
Whereas this one is because that's not the reason why he wants to give her up. He's not scared of getting attached to her and losing her. Or at least that's more of a minor factor compared to he doesn't think he's capable of looking after her.
That's in the game, the whole panic attack, I'm deaf thing. That's a thing in the game?
No, not at all.
So why does he think he's incapable of looking after her? Or are you saying that isn't in the game?
He doesn't. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm saying, yeah, in the show,
right.
Yes, the major factor is he believes he is incapable of looking after her. He thinks he's going to fuck up and lose her again.
Whereas okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think I completely agree with this then. So in the game, the reason why he tells her that she's not his daughter is because he does not want to get close to her. He could continue the mission, like he's physically able to do it, but he's decided, I'm not doing this because I can't handle getting close to another daughter, quote unquote.
Exactly. That's why it makes the scene so much more kind of poignant, because that is exactly what is going on, and you're hating it as a player.
Yeah.
All you want to do is just kind of actually connect with Ellie, but Joel's just not having it because he's so closed off.
Yeah, and I can totally buy that because Game Joel is one of my favorite characters, like, ever, I think, in in video games, at least, from what I remember of him. And I can totally buy that would happen. But, yes. You want to just, like, you just want to go in there and give him a hug.
Exactly.
But, yeah. Okay, so then we cut forward to Ellie is ready to go. And there's a knock on the door, and I think there's a pause where Ellie's like, maybe this is Joel, but it's not, it's Tommy. Yep. So it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm going with Tommy then, because Joel's cut me off. And then they head down to the stables, and a wild Joel appeared. That's not Joel, that's Tommy. So Joel is there, and Joel has evidently decided in the preceding night that he is going to give Ellie the choice because he thinks, I'm not going to treat you like a child, I guess. I'm going to let you make this decision for yourself because you have that right, or you should have that right. And she immediately chooses him, even though, given that she overheard everything and given that she's been traveling with him, she knows that he has health problems. And Tommy might actually be better than Joel in terms of efficiently getting him to the destination. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think I had a problem with this, provided we accept everything that's happened so far in the episode. I think I like this scene.
Well, I feel like it's just from what we were saying previously, it's a problem because if Joel genuinely believes he can't look after her, then why is he giving her the choice?
Unless he's using the fact that he might have somewhat minor health problems, he's using that maybe to, yeah, even that doesn't work. I was going to say maybe he's using that to be an excuse so that he doesn't, to convince Tommy, so that way he then doesn't have to get closer to Ellie and have the whole father-daughter thing going again. But that doesn't work because we see multiple times, particularly in this episode, that Joel does actually have health problems. And
Yes.
and we have 3 references in this episode, and we've got about 2 more in other episodes of him being partially deaf. He is not as optimal, shall we say, as Tommy might be. Tommy is younger. Tommy is also ex-military, so Tommy is going to be
Exactly
more efficient than Joel, probably more effective than Joel. So, objectively speaking, Tommy is the better choice. Emotionally, though, Ellie picks Joel, and I like that. But yeah, I do agree with you that the whole Joel trying to dump Ellie thing is absolutely done better in the game. Here, it kind of feels like they tried to overcomplicate it with making him be physically incapable of doing it, or suggesting that he is physically incapable of doing it, which I feel like was just an unnecessary overcomplication that doesn't work when you then add in the scenes from the game that they lifted one for one.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like they had to. It felt like they had to include that scene and just tried to think of any kind of contrived way of making it happen.
Yeah. And I think, just from chatting with you, I think we may have come up with a better way of doing it, which was having Ellie, interrupt the first scene.
Sure.
I can see why they didn't do that. Obviously, there's a good reason why they didn't do that. But yeah, so this also right here is actually the best outcome for Tommy, because it means that he is not risking his life. It means that he doesn't have to worry about any of this, and he can get ready for being a father, and obviously stay in relative safety. So this is the last time we see Tommy this season, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think obviously the season ends just outside of Jackson, so we don't actually see him there.
Yes. So we got this last little bit. Oh, no, yeah. So we got the shooting bit. So you already mentioned this earlier. This comes earlier in the game, and it's not with a rifle? Or it is with a rifle, but the context is different. I forget what you said.
Oh, yeah, completely different context. Yeah, it's basically a brand new scene, really.
Okay.
It's a good scene as well.
Yeah, so couple of things to note in this scene. So he has decided, he's basically gone one step further than simply, here, have a pistol and maybe whip it out every now and then if you absolutely need to. He is now actually training Ellie in how to use a marksman's rifle. He doesn't have to do that, but I feel like the fact that the reason why they have placed that scene here rather than doing it at Bill's house in episode 3 or something, because he could have given her a bit of training there, because that's where all the guns are, so he absolutely could have done it there. The reason why they've put it here is to basically show that from this point on, given what happened the previous 24 hours, he has decided, we're doing this, the father-daughter dynamic is essentially in full effect, and we're gonna get you to wherever it is that we need to get you. He's not.
Yeah, it's a really nice point in the game where it happens, where it's it happens slightly differently, where Joel basically insists that Ellie is coming with him. Obviously, Ellie doesn't object at all.
Yep.
But it's quite a kind of cathartic moment where you think, okay, so now they know exactly where the other one's at, and yeah, they're both sold on each other.
Yeah, they're both on
And
the same page. They're no
yeah,
longer
exactly, yeah,
none of this discussion about cargo. Um,
yes,
so yeah, Ellie's like, I think sights dodge because she misses, obviously, because of course she does. And then Joel picks up the rifle and nails it, and demonstrating that he is actually good at stuff occasionally when he isn't making excuses. And also, yeah, Ellie is impressed and thinks that I guess probably she chose the right starter Pokemon by picking him over Tommy.
What Pokemon would Joel be?
I don't know Pokemon well enough to say, honestly. That's a discussion that will probably happen in the comments. Right. So then we get more lovely geography, and this is the contractor conversation, isn't it? Where he explains what his job was. And Ellie doesn't.
So.
Ellie doesn't. She doesn't know what the word contractor means, and she decides that it sounds kind of cool and ominous. So, like, Joel is the mysterious contractor because she doesn't know what the word means.
It could be a hitman.
Yeah, it could. It obviously that the way that she uses the word, it suggests that that's what she's going for. And yeah, I like this. And again, they're putting this here, I think, to just reiterate what their relationship is from this point on. They've got past the big dramatic question of how do we keep going without bringing up the memory of Sarah. Like, Joel has now committed to letting Ellie choose. Ellie chose him, so now we're done. We're now going to go do this, and we're not going to have any second thoughts. So they're pretty much just an open book to each other at this point.
Yeah, exactly. However ham-fisted it was to get to this point, you can't really go wrong from this point because the relationship is now established, at least.
Yeah, definitely. That that screenshot right there. Yes. Okay, so they arrive at wherever this is. Where do they arrive? So this is where
University of Colorado.
University of Colorado. Okay, so the reason why they're here is because I guess Tommy had said that there were fireflies here at some point. So Joel takes Ellie there, thinking, okay, we got some fireflies here, and we can take Ellie where she needs to go. The whole place seems to be pretty abandoned, and they find that the fireflies are no longer here.
Yeah, once again as well, I've got to say that I'm assuming, I believe it's actually University of Eastern Colorado, and they must have based it on the real university in the game, because obviously that looks exactly like how it is in the game, so it must have been based on the actual university itself.
Either that or it's visual effects.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not geared to be able to tell the difference well enough. But yeah, it could be either way. It could be that they designed the set in the game to look like the real building. I don't know. So yeah, there's monkeys running around because they escaped from a lab, I think, and that's kind of, I guess,
28 days.
Yeah, maybe it's in the game, isn't it, as well? It just seems like kind of a weird thing that's just kind of, there's just monkeys here.
Yeah, because Joel kind of makes the comment of, oh, is it your first time seeing monkeys? And he says, first time seeing monkeys.
Yeah. So yeah, they hook up the horse and head inside, and they basically realize that if the fireflies were here, or, well, they find a map and they deduce that the fireflies were here, but that they are now gone. And they find a map that says exactly what it needed to say for them to work out where to go next. Is this how it goes down in the game? My guess is that it wasn't quite this blunt.
It's pretty much this blunt, I think. It doesn't go down exactly like this. I think there's loads of dictaphones all over the place, as you find in games.
Okay.
That basically explain exactly what the characters need to know. Just happen to be lying about.
Okay, so yeah, I guess you can't really do that in a TV show, but then I feel like, Joel finds a diary maybe makes more sense than there's a map on display with all these tags on it leading to the, like, who put them here? Like, yeah, whatever. This is a nitpick, but whatever. The point of this scene is that they get here, there are no fireflies, but they now know that they need to go to Salt Lake City. Anyway, they hear a commotion outside, and there are 4 people outside. They do not have guns, as far as I could remember, but it looks like the 2 at the front do have guns. Maybe I'm wrong with that.
It looks like the 2 at the front are holding baseball bats.
Okay, I could be wrong. We'll find out momentarily. So they go out the back door. They get to Horse. What's the horse's name? Callus. Which I do not remember.
I don't think it's mentioned in the TV series, to be fair.
I don't think it is, no. So then Joel is jumped by one of these 4. He didn't hear him coming because one of his ears doesn't work. Ellie is like, shit, Joel, turn around, and Ellie's on him before Joel is. But the guy gets the jump on Joel.
I think Joel still snaps his neck, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, Joel kills him. So Ellie doesn't have to, but Ellie is pointing the gun reactively at him. Luckily, even though there were 4 of them, there is only one now, and the reason there is only one now is so that this can happen.
We go straight in for that.
Yeah. So Joel got stabbed, and he removes it, and then they get on the horse and they leave while the other 3 are like, "You killed my buddy." And then we'll just keep going because we're basically at the end of the episode. Joel falls off the horse. And Ellie's like, fuck, what do I do? Like, not only is it like Joel might be dying, it's like I'm in the middle of nowhere. Like, I'm probably dead at this point, too. And
yes, it's a good moment for Ellie where I can't remember if she says it. She definitely says it in the game where she's saying to Joel, like, you got to tell me what to do. Like, what do I do?
Yeah.
It's a good moment for Ellie.
So that's the end of the episode. I don't think I have any other comments on this. Well, no, I'll dial back because I do have comments on the stabbing. So this is different to how it goes down in the game, and I think I prefer how it goes down in the show. However, you absolutely could have done it better. Like, it would have made, I think, more sense for Joel to, or it may not have made more sense, but it would have been more believable for Joel to catch a stray bullet than for him to get stabbed in the gut, for him to then remove. Like, I'm unsure how I feel about him removing it, because there are arguments for and against that.
But you think Joe would be too savvy to do that?
Well, that's one. I'll come back to that in a minute. But the fact that he is stabbed in that location with what we can assume is a dirty knife, and the fact that in the next episode Ellie goes on to some degree stitch him back up, like, that would be a lot more believable if it's like a nice clean bullet wound, because that can still kill you, like, if you don't get medical attention, but it's not a giant hole in your gut. So I would have preferred the stray bullet to the knife in the gut. As far as him removing the knife goes, so on the one hand, you've got Joel is very savvy with this sort of thing, as you said, and you would think that he would know that removing the foreign object is not something that you do until you're actually going to, I guess, operate, or in this case, it would be stitched back together. You leave it in there to plug the gap, and then you don't bleed out, or you don't bleed out as quickly. The counterpoint to that is that Joel is in shock. He didn't realize that he had been stabbed, and I can totally buy it being a natural reaction, even for someone who, rationally speaking, would know that you don't do this. Like, if just imagine right now you look down and you've got something in you, it's going to be totally natural to just remove it, because
yeah, definitely,
it shouldn't be in you. So I think you could argue that either way, and I don't hold it as at least a major criticism that he removed it.
Yeah, I think I would say at least I definitely prefer this to the game, or at least it's more realistic.
How does it go down in the game? Because you'll remember it better than I do.
So Joel is in a struggle with one of the random NPC enemies and falls from the first story of a building onto, it's very much almost like Shaun of the Dead, where Mary falls onto that pole. Yeah, and just impales himself on a metal pole, which my nursey girlfriend tells me very much would be quite fatal, especially if you got up and kind of dislodged it. So,
I mean, yeah,
slightly more realistic. And yeah, I can completely believe that it would just be a natural reaction to pull it out.
Yeah, so the stabbing thing, I think that's one of the few areas where they directly changed something from the game and they just straight up made it better. I don't think we've yet come across something where we've both agreed this is definitely better in the show, but this right here is, I think, an example of that. But again, you could change it up and improve it even more. Like I said, Stray Bullet, that would be more believable. Because, and the part of the reason for that as well is it doesn't rely on the one guy attacking Joel on his own so that he can be defeated and stab Joel. And then the other three come running and they're like, oh no, if only we stuck together, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you got to assume that either that guy's a complete idiot, but he's going to call out for his mates.
Yeah, or that he was already... Because, you know, if they get there and it's like... Because the implication there is that they saw the horse and that they knew someone was there, or did they not? Because later we learn that there is a bit more to those guys. We learn that later on in the series. So I won't go into that now. But their reason for being there was to loot the university. However, when Joel saw them, did they know that he was there? Had they seen the horse?
I don't know.
All right, let me wind it back because I feel like that is an important question. Because if they had not seen the horse, then that means that this guy just decided, I'm going to attack them on my own for some reason, this dude. And I mean, he may not even know that Ellie is a child, because looking from the back, he might not know that. I'm just going to attack these two people who are armed. They could be anyone, and I'm armed with a knife, and he's armed with a gun. It's a literal knife to a gun fight.
Yes.
However, if they saw the horse, then... Yeah, okay, so yeah, the horse isn't in this shot, which means that they're not looking for Joel. So I was going to say, like, maybe they set a trap and they hide next to the horse and they all jump out, but then that would make this make even less sense. So, yeah, I don't have anything else to say about episode 6. Do you have anything else to say, or shall we slot it into our ranking and then close out the recording? I'm actually going to need to think on this because there's a lot in this episode that I liked, but there's also a lot that I did not. So, and yeah, this episode has definitely gone down after doing this, having this discussion.
Okay.
So where are you going to put it? Your current ranking is 1, 3, 4, 2, 5. So
I'm going to put it above 5.
Okay, I think that's probably fair. So number 6. I've got to think, is it better than 5? I think it is. I think I prefer it to 5, so I think that's done. Do I prefer it to 2? I think... No. I think I'm going to agree with you, because the various inconsistencies with Joel, and the fact that they wanted to have their cake and also eat the whole cake, and then also have another cake, and maybe eat that one as well, all of that, I think you could describe as a major problem. Yeah,
definitely. I feel like the only thing that puts episode 5 below is just that the series of Deus Ex Machinas that happened, which is just unforgivable for me.
Yeah, the series of ridiculous isms. That's the thing, is with action scenes like that, it kind of opens the floodgates for just insane shit to happen, because so much is happening. Like in a discussion between Ellie and Joel, or yeah, go with the discussion between Tommy and Joel, where Joel breaks down crying. They are just talking. Like, there isn't anything happening around them, which means that the only problems that can be present are contained within their dialogue. As soon as you start having, hordes of zombies attacking a crowd of people, there is the opportunity for so many more problems that then compound on each other, because you then get into luck and logistical issues like characters teleporting and editing problems and characters surviving things that they shouldn't. None of that really is going to be present in a dialogue scene, and most of this episode is dialogue. So I think I definitely prefer this to episode 5, but I think, having now discussed episodes 1 to 6 with you, I think I'm firmly in the camp of episodes 5 and 6 are by far the worst so far.
Yeah, I think that's fair, yeah.
The first 4 are definitely better. 5 and 6, I think, have too many problems.
What I would say is, obviously, the You're Not My Daughter scene being in there, I can forgive it to a certain extent because it's such a great scene. I can understand the temptation of wanting to keep it in there. Yeah,
in isolation, it's very good. Like, if you just watch that scene, it's like, this is a really good scene, because it is a really good scene, and it was lifted from the game, and it was a really good scene in the game. But like, if you were to delete that scene and put in I don't know, the Darth Vader fighting Luke scene. Just put that in there. Like, that's a really good scene. But what the fuck is it doing in this story? It doesn't really have a place in this story, which is kind of what we argued earlier. So, having a good scene in isolation doesn't necessarily make the episode better. And to expand that even further, going back to episode 3, having a good episode does not necessarily make the season better.
Exactly.
So
episode 7 does infinitely make it better.
You guys are going to have to wait until whenever it is that I upload. Yeah, it's going to be a little while probably before we upload the next video. But that is going to be a discussion because I have a lot of notes and I really think, or I thought that episode 7 was the worst of the series. I have the most notes on it than I do for, I think, anything. And also, I think you said that you do?
No, I am so far noteless.
Okay. But you are of the view, or you were of the view, that episode 7 is one of, if not the best episodes?
Yeah, I'd probably rank it as my favourite. Whether it was the best episode of the series, I don't know, but yeah, definitely up there.
Okay. Yeah, so that'll be an interesting discussion for the next video. So, I think we'll leave it there for now. I hope you guys have enjoyed listening, and yeah, if you agree or disagree with anything that either of us have said, then leave it in the comments and we'll check it out, certainly. And otherwise, we will see you in the next video. See you later, guys.
See you later, guys.